Hi, everyone. This is Jason Bosch. And once again, I am back here with Alice McDowell. And, there's been a little bit of controversy around this whole greater reset. And we made a video about it. What was that, a couple weeks ago? Or maybe, when was it?
It's been a bit.
It's been a little bit, yeah. But we wanted to do a follow-up because the greater reset, it's just happening. It's still, I guess it's just finishing up. It's just finishing up now. But we wanted to do a follow-up to it, and Allison has actually gathered more slides because she has.
I do that.
I told Allison that she has a slide. She's a slideaholic. She's got 180 some slides. And what's funny about that is she's been accused of not doing research, which
I don't do in-depth research.
You don't do in-depth with 180 slides. Anyhow, so we wanted to,
And I'm trying to grow my base. So clearly I want to make it as accessible as possible. So
right. Grow your base by blocking people.
Having 5-hour presentations.
And 5-hour presentations. Yeah, well, hopefully it's not that long, but so we don't want to belabor the point, but this stuff is actually really important. And I was going to just do an intro with this whole thing of like, people used to accuse me of like, why are you so hard on the Democrats? The Republicans are the bad ones. And I actually think they're all bad. But, I actually, many of the values that supposed Democrats were professing to care about, so they're supposed to be anti-war and care about poverty. And those are things that I deeply cared about. I cared about the environment. And the reason why I had such an issue with them was because they were pretending to be something that they were actually not doing. And so I think this is kind of a similar situation where you have, these freedom cell movements and everything, but they're actually pulling you into systems that actually align in many ways with the UN SDG goals and the World Economic Forum's program. So we just wanted to kind of revisit some of this stuff and hopefully just cover all the bases for the record and then move on.
When I initially heard Derrick's interview with Catherine Austin Fitts, and I pulled the clip where he was talking about essentially like play to earn gaming as a source of income for low-income youth, like in the developing global south area. So I listened to the clip. I felt like it needed to be addressed. This event was coming up. And so I was like, well, I'm going to email the participants in the event, the noted speakers on the website, to say, this is an important issue, this issue of child labor, especially platformed labor, digital labor for children, and child sovereignty, which were two of the issues that Derrick brought up, the child sovereignty more later in some back and forth exchanges. And so I framed it that I was going to let people know, like I felt like I was going to talk about it, and I was going to let folks know, such as my audience is, which isn't huge, but to say like people were made aware and that it's important and that you should consider how you, sorry, we're having a bit of a storm here today. So there's like sound coming in my little side door. But that people should make a choice. Like people should be really thoughtful because ultimately this is about children. And if we're building some sort of broad scale response to a technological takeover of the world, we should figure out where we stand around children. And so I emailed as many people as I could find. I think it was about 29 of the speakers, some I couldn't find contact information for. And these were public email addresses. And just said like, hey, this is what Derrick's positions are. Supporting child labor, supporting child sovereignty. I myself find it concerning. I'm going to talk about it and you should think about it too. And so this is sort of the upshot. Now, it didn't necessarily have to be Derrick. I mean, it was Derrick. It could have been anyone else. And I'm not here to say people need to, I'm trying to like choose sides or pick teams or like, it's the issue that I want to talk about. It happened to be Derrick that brought up this issue. It could have been other people, but the issue is actually vitally important. And if you understand my journey into activism, which came through the public school system and systems of power taking advantage of vulnerable children, you would I think most people would appreciate where I'm coming from. So we had our first discussion, which was in part about that, but like had a lot more content. And I think we're like over 9,000 views between the various platforms now, which was great. And we got a lot of really good feedback. I will say when I initially sent out my initial blog post to my listserv, I had a person who actually is like a retiree male from the tech industry. And his response was, well, I would need to know more about it. If the kids didn't know they were being taken advantage of, would that be really so bad? And I was really upset by that response. Like, if they didn't know they were being harmed, is it harm, kind of? And that was the framing. And so I just wanted to sort of open up with this initial slide. This is actually from a presentation I did a while back with the What's Left podcast around the dyslexia screening. But this is an app-based education model on a phone, on a smartphone. I would say that child is probably maybe around 4. This is a child in Africa, I believe, in a natural setting, playing on a phone, absorbed in whatever content that is on that phone. And this app-based education module, Curious Learning, has many affiliations globally, but including MIT, which I consider the war machine, and the World Bank. And we'll be getting into World Bank finance of education later. But increasingly, there's going to be this melding between gamification, badge credential earning, psychometric data gathering, and economic systems, tokenized economic systems, tokenized knowledge systems that are going to take advantage of the most vulnerable people, including children. So I just hope you keep this initial image when people, I think, there's been a number of like labels placed on me and people go, oh, they were clutching their pearls over my suggestion that it wouldn't be good for kids to play video games. How could that possibly be a problem for kids to get paid to play video games? And I'm saying, don't dismiss this issue. This is this is the issue. The issue is this 4-year-old child disconnected from the natural world, sitting on a dirt hill with a smartphone. And that's the context for all of what we're going to talk about today. So just so you don't think that this is all about the Greater Reset 3, like I owe it to folks because I initially said that I was going to do a follow-up about this and let people know what happened. So that's the initial section. And then I have a subsequent section where I touch on a few of the presenters. We did some in the last presentation, not all of them, but there were about 3 or 4 that relate to what is coming next with sort of technological control systems and impact investing in human capital management. So those first 2 sections have to do with the Greater Reset, and then it moves on to looking into some of the background around serious games and military simulation, the way in which today's youth are going to be set up through what they call the future of work to sort of build and run the metaverse. And a lot of that is sort of, in my mind, new forms of cyber warfare, cybersecurity, and normalizing all of that. And I'm sort of talking about that within the context a little bit. I've been working on a quilt and have thousands of little quilt squares I've been trimming, and I was listening to this audiobook, Ender's Game, which my friend recommended I read, and it's very much about child soldiers. And so I think the militarization of the digital world and the gaming space is important. And then the way in which that's financialized. And then there's a case study that's actually a 10-year-old case study by the World Bank, where they created what's essentially a transmedia learning platform around sustainability, around the Sustainable Development Goals, that's linked to blockchain, tokenomics, and impact investing. So the overall presentation of the 180 slides is more than just the Greater Reset. The first couple sections are, and then we move on to the broader context, because I think what people value about my presentations, which are a niche audience, I will say, is that I provide a lot of information. And that's one of the reasons I have so many slides too, is that they're all source linked. And so my frame is continually, I'm not part of anybody's movement. I insist that people, like, if you want to look at my information, look at it and understand it in your own terms, like compare it against other people's information, make your own assessments. as long as you're not using it to hurt people or weaponize it in some way, like it's all for the collective. But I'm not here to specifically tell you what to think about it. I'm sharing what I think and resources that will hopefully help round out your understanding of the scenario. So I just wanted to provide some initial context in case people came into the conversation and they didn't really know what the trigger event for this broader discussion was. And so essentially it was this interview. Derrick Broze was hosting Catherine Austin Fitts. And it's just a minute or two in which he discusses, he advocates a measured use of blockchain, that there are bad use case scenarios. There are what he feels are good use case scenarios, including children being paid to play video games as an income opportunity in low income communities in like Latin America and India. So that's the framing. And then just the backstory on this is I did have quite a number of back and forths with Catherine Austin Fitts, asking her about her participation within the context of his support for child labor and child sovereignty. And after about 22 emails, like she just was non-committal. And so I was like, okay, well that tells me what I need to know in terms of your position on that.
The youth to understand and to build encryption. That is one other example I would give of, for one, I appreciate the nuance that we're having in this conversation here, because I think some folks who, hear these conversations do tend to take a black or white approach, whether that's pro-crypto or anti-crypto or anti-blockchain, whatever. And I appreciate the nuance that you're outlining here. And for me, again, I know that the banksters and these folks, in their own word, they want to go and find the unbanked of the world. For example, a lot of the population here in Mexico where I live do not use, some people in cities, of course, they got credit cards and all those kinds of things, but there's a lot of people who are totally unconnected, disconnected from that system. And in their view, they want to come find these people, give them digital IDs, vaccine passports, et cetera, so that they can, bring them into the real world. That's their whole, spiel they try to pretend to be behind, right? And then at the same time, there are those who I think do have a freedom mindset and say, well, if I can go into a Mexican village or an Indian village or a Southeast Asian village where people are living on less than $1 a day, and I can teach them encryption, or if I can show them how, I've even seen some examples where people are playing games, but they're earning real world money through that, right? And all of a sudden this village has 10 kids who are now teaching each other how to play this game that they cash out real money to repair their home with, or to kind of empower their communities, right? You can see potential for positive use cases.
Just to clarify, so Derrick wrote a response essay. It's an interesting choice of feature image there. Essentially, the framing was sort of around like Luddites, I guess, if you're not going along with this, that you're a Luddite. Part of the challenge with, I've made a decision that I did not want to directly engage, because I have found, for the most part, people not really necessarily acting in a straightforward manner. And so my frame is that you can look, people who are interested in choosing a side or making an assessment can look at both sides of the argument and then figure out where they are in the discussion. But repeatedly throughout the past month, Derrick has called me a liar when literally I've documented the email that I sent, which is that Derrick has taken a public position in support of digital child labor, like child labor on platforms in gamified settings and on child sovereignty, all of which was clearly documented. And I didn't say anything more than that. That was pretty much it. And I was like asking people to take a position. And then in this essay, he actually does confirm that that is his position.
I wanted to real quick say something too about the whole Luddite thing. It's kind of an aside, but I think it's important because people misuse this. I've gotten this in the past before when I've challenged technology, even before the whole COVID thing or everything, and people would say Luddite. And so I had researched, the actual story of the Luddites, and a lot of people think that Luddites means anti-technology, and the Luddites were actually really upset about losing their jobs to the technology, and so they were destroying the machines because it was for economic reasons. They didn't have money, and that's the situation that we always find ourselves in, that we need this stuff called money that are created by the central banks, and now that we have these tokens, these freedom tokens. But so to be a Luddite doesn't actually mean to be anti-tech. But even if you assumed that, even if you believe that Luddite, if you used Luddite in that framing of like anti-technology, being critical of technology doesn't mean you're anti-technology. I mean, Allison and I have both used technology. I love technology. Cameras and stuff. I really enjoy it, but I know that there are problems associated with it, and we should talk about that. That doesn't mean you have to name call someone and say, "Oh, it's all or nothing" sort of scenario. You guys are misusing this term. It doesn't mean what you think it means.
Well, it was about they had more economic autonomy before they were forced from like cottage-based labor into the factory work, and they were put under other people's control systems, which is, I mean, in some ways it makes a lot of sense to be critical of an economic system that is pushing people further into the control grid. Now, I think people who are asserting blockchain as liberation would counter that and say, oh, it's decentralized freedom being on the blockchain. And that's sort of clearly a difference of opinion that we have. Like, my position is that this is just a further amplification of the control system. So
yeah, it's decentralized management of your servitude.
Again, I just want to clarify. So this is from Derrick's essay himself. And he says, I am being accused of supporting play to earn game. What is a play to earn game, and is it a bad thing? So he's sort of broadening it. Is it a bad thing? And then he's saying, first, a play to earn game has been described as a concept of gaming in which a platform provides its players with a chance to earn in-game assets that can be transferred to the real world. So by definition, my statement was supportive of the concept of play to earn because I provided an example of people making real money by playing games, whether on blockchain or not. So, he's stating that he is in support of play to earn gaming. Is this support of child, teenager, or adult making money by playing video games the same as supporting the metaverse and the Great Reset? Hardly. So my assertion was that Derrick was saying that he was supporting child digital labor, which gaming or, platforms that are digital platforms, because these are global cloud-based platforms, is digital labor. And so in his essay, he is reaffirming what he had said previously, and my claim was that he supports child digital labor. So he hasn't contradicted that. And so for me saying that he has said that and that is his position is not inaccurate, even though I think often they've claimed me as being libelous. He himself clearly states that he is in support of video game employment, including children as separate from teenagers. And I will just, from a semantic standpoint, want to separate children from teens. The child is 12 years old or younger. And we do need to understand, even people who've imagined themselves totally outside of the state, is that both in Mexico, where he is currently based, and in the United States, it is not legal for children under 14 to work. So if you're asserting that children can engage in legalized contractual labor, that would be inaccurate, because it would not under current law be legal.
Yeah, and he's also like, as long as it's consensual, it's okay. And the question is, can a child consent to something like this, especially people in poverty and children in poverty? The question of consent becomes certainly debatable. We've talked about that before.
Yeah, the power dynamics is really important, because the initial statement that he made with Catherine Austin Fitts was specifically about impoverished children. Again, just to reiterate, he says, what I did suggest was that children and young adults who live in poor families around the world and are already fond of video games could be paid for their time. So I would say the framing of this is somewhat like, well, imagining back in the day when you had a job for pocket money or something, right? And that you had a hobby that you might get paid a little bit of money for, and that it wasn't significant. I would counter, and I'll show later in an image, that this is like a multi-billion-dollar industry, play to earn. So it's not just like a small little thing. And within this equation of the larger power dynamic, my sense is that children are not mentally or emotionally prepared to navigate that space.
Yeah, I've even heard the argument that, it's like helping your parents on the farm or something, or around the house. And I'm like you said, these are very big corporations. It's not anything like that.
Yeah. And we'll go a lot more into the militarization of the gaming space, but we can advance to the next piece. And this speaks to what you had said before, Jason, about consent. I have no problem with children or teenagers participating in voluntary consensual work, and that children are sovereign beings. So that was the second part of what I had said, is that child sovereignty, and I had raised concerns about what the implications for that for misuse of the power dynamic of both age and also, many of the countries that are impoverished, it's not truly giving consent if you are forced. I mean, who is to say what is coerced if you're starving or if you're, you can't both make it about the poverty argument and sort of talk about it like it's like you're earning pocket money, just a nice bone, like a nice bit of thing on the side to go get ice cream or go to a movie, versus impoverished communities that really need it, which is the case that Derrick was making in his essay, like equating it to young mothers juggling on the streets and things, and that, or heaven forbid, and other people have raised issues around prostitution or things like that, that this is like a nicer, alternative to that. But I think anyone who looks in a very clear-eyed way about children and consent, especially children in poverty, would realize that you can't discount the power dynamic. And in these communities that we're going to be talking about, the broader context is broad national economic dispossession through structural adjustment by the World Bank, by the very entities that are going to be preying on these people and these families. And, I've written a long article about conditional cash transfers. So you have to understand everything within the broader context, which I think the trickiness in some of this is by framing very narrow terms and not looking more broadly at the context. And that would be my assertion in this argument. So what happened? Well, I didn't really actually have anybody call and say, Allison, you're right. Like, this is actually really troubling to me, and let me talk to Derrick about it. I guess I wasn't really necessarily expecting that, but I mean, there were quite a number of people who I anticipate were like young people or people who are all about liberation of animals and family people and sovereign love and all of these things. And, what I did, and I keep saying, like, I just removed plausible deniability. You can't say you weren't told, right? And so I did have some responses. There were a couple from the speakers themselves. One was a phone or text conversation with one of Derrick's friends, and then the other was an exchange on a YouTube video that I had. There were a number of people, I think, in the broader circle who have chimed in around that, and also Kenny, who is sort of a key figure in providing more depth of information about the nature of what was going on in Morelia around the Splinterlands game, and which is a crypto NFT card gaming enterprise. He had quite a lot to say. And so I picked out a few bits here, and I don't mean to belabor. I think the last time I didn't really want to dig into some of the stuff that had happened to me, but I think for documentation purposes, at this point, it's useful just to have it lay it out, because a lot of it was, didn't seem to make a lot of sense. And I guess it's navigating like the world on social media and who's living in what story that's being told, and that there's this bifurcation of like the Derrick Broze representation of the story and my representation of the story. And when you would try to pin people down, I have this section, this is from Arizona State University's Center for the Future of War, about weaponized narrative. And, this is talking about statecraft sort of, but talking about essentially cognitively disorienting and confusing people, which is something we've been navigating on many levels for quite some time now. And I think we're all getting a little bit more expertise about how it works. But I think I'm just going to walk through for both documentation purposes and to say like, oh, wow, how does one cognitively disorient and confuse people? This is what it looked like for me. So this was sort of the first written commentary. This person, Travis, I actually had done an interview with him like very early on. He's based in Montana, and it was a good interview. He wanted to know about pay for success finance and homelessness, which is something I really have serious concerns about. But at some point it became this these earlier skirmishes around blockchain, right? And so there were people who are just like, once you've bought into the blockchain, then I become, persona non grata at that point. So I think that was where the bifurcation had already happened. He has already like made a number of snarky comments, writings about me. But in this particular one, it was interesting. So again, the issue is child labor. The issue is child sovereignty. What was written was that again, we're Luddites, and that if somehow he isn't able to make a living off of his blockchain media platform that I don't know if he currently has, or he's talking about Rockfin here, that it would be our fault. And so again, that's the initial out the gate, not anything having to do at all with the issues raised or the legitimacy, but a redirection to the blockchain discussion, right? To re-amplify that this is a discussion about blockchain, and to suppress the broader conversation, as if I really have any influence over the economic stability of blockchain media platforms. And as far as I can tell, I'm still allowed to have a different opinion about what they mean. So, and he's imagining this as like, he wants to get paid for things like his poetry. So he wrote a very snarky poem about me called The Divider. So again, and a lot of what was sort of laid out for me is that I'm dividing people, like I spoke to in the last discussion that, my goal isn't unity, my goal is clarity. And I'm not really part of anybody's movement, so I can't really be dividing people. I would say if people, choose paths, like you're on the child labor path, which is cool, or you think that that's a bad idea. But it verged on ad hominem. It wasn't really a great poem. It drew in, other people into things. And, it's talking about like where Philly is worlds away from mountains where money plays. Drop the baggage. Time is short for taking stands. And I'm saying, yeah, time is short. Like we actually do have to take stands. And ultimately the stand is around children. And if this person thinks that somehow in Montana, that Philly's politics are any less corrupt or dirty than what he's dealing with, I would say that he would need to grow up a little bit, because I've been navigating this for quite some time. So this was the initial out the gate. This was one of the other speakers. His name was Curtis Stone. I think he's done a couple of events with Derrick. So he did get the email, and his initial response was, "Is this a smoking gun? There's nothing here, just an idea expressed that doesn't align with yours." And so my response was like, I had actually, shared with you my information about child digital labor and child sovereignty. And so like, if you don't have a problem with it, I'll just presume that you're in support. And here's the presentation, here's the blog post. And then he says he watched the full presentation, which was 3 hours. And then he says, where is your evidence that Derrick is using child digital labor? Moreover, where is the evidence of any wrongdoing? So again, I would say that this is whereas the earlier one was a total ignoring the issue, this one, it was mischaracterizing what I had said intentionally, because he had gotten the initial email and he was redirected twice to the information I had shared. My assertion was that his position is in support of it. Now, I think many people may be implying, where is my evidence, or am I lying? Like the evidence was always documented in Derrick's screenshots. And then later, clearly also in his own essay, he reaffirms the position I stated that was his public position. It was not inaccurate. But here he's saying, they're implying I said something I didn't say. So again, that is a misdirection. And I said, listen, you either need to say that you support child labor or you don't. Don't weigh in. It's a pretty easy, it's a clear distinction. And so you need to choose, right? And, he just didn't want to do that. So he danced around, and I just said, okay, my sense is, unless you're saying that you're not in support of child labor, if you're doing this event and you're in alignment, then you do support it. So again, this is just one of the earlier screenshots we shared in the last time, but, from Derrick's Twitter. Sorry, I don't think parents own their kids or the state. Kids do have agency. Obviously, it differs from kid to kid, but perhaps get out of your bubbles and see kids begging for money and see them making money with crypto or games. not by being on the blockchain and complain. Now, weirdly, I mean, once Kenny chimed in, we knew that, you know, the game in question was a crypto-based blockchain game that required a blockchain identity. But for what it's worth, that this one screenshot, which was shared with Curtis Stone, like, indicates what his position is. It's his own tweet. Now, I did say, like, he's an urban farmer, and I'm like, you would think that people who are involved in agriculture specifically would have an understanding of child labor, because there's actually quite a bit of history within the agricultural community of child labor on farms. So that's not a stretch that he might have thoughts about which side of the line he was on.
Yeah, and even I don't think parents own their kids or the state is a mischaracterization, because that, again, that has nothing to do with what you were saying. You weren't asserting that parents own their kids or that the state owns the kids. I mean, that's also a mischaracterization.
So in this one, this is just to follow up with Curtis Stone, but he's saying, and I think his wording is interesting because he's been on several events. He says, you know, Derrick, on the other hand, I've known for a couple of years, and he has a great reputation. He does good business and creates a lot of value for people. So again, that's a business construct. He's creating value. And again, you have no direct evidence of anything. Well, that was inaccurate, because the evidence was clearly laid out, and Derrick hasn't contradicted his statements. In fact, he's simply affirmed his positions, reaffirmed. So he talks about trying to cancel people on baseless claims will not elevate you. So the claim wasn't baseless. It was a legitimate claim. And again, if this is an individual who is ostensibly fighting for some freedom premise, why would you not be engaging with the issue of children? And I would even say, and you know, I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, but there are other ways of supporting people in need. And some of that could involve creating food sovereignty spaces in which low-income families could participate and get food that they would need to help mitigate their misery, right? Like, to me, and a collective, like a truly freedom-based collective liberation opportunity would be like, oh, you're into agriculture. Well, how can we collectively make sure the needs of the community are best met, right? And yet, even in the language that Curtis Stone uses here, he's like, he does a good business and he makes value. And you know, and later on, there's something with Doug McKenty, but he, you know, he's like, oh, well, Derrick, you know, he's an agorist, as if like somehow that means anti-capitalist, and it's not. In fact, many of these people, my sense is that they're actually extremely capitalist within a libertarian free market framework, right? So the urban farmer's frame is about business, and my frame was a moral discussion. So part of this, again, is confusion. This person, Kenny, and you probably have more thoughts on this than I do because you had to live through it. He has like a follow-up blog post that has all of these like exchanges that the two of you had, and I wasn't going to go into all of them, but like Kenny's here, he's saying later, and I think he backtracked and changed some things on his initial blog post after I documented it by screenshot it all, that I have never promoted child labor or child slavery. So they keep adding in the slavery part, which I never said slavery. I said labor, child labor. Free market, global child labor is bad enough, right? So he's saying, I'm simply stating I have never promoted this, okay? So this is this confusing, this isn't a part of the exchange with you, Jason, that he had on his blog. And so this is his initial blog post where, you know, he's talking about consent, saying, can children give consent, and the issues around children. And the arrow sections are saying, and this is about NFT and play to earn. However, are these children or anyone else potentially in amazing positions to help support their families and communities by playing games? Quite possibly. And then this is because it's so obvious to anyone who looks just how amazing the opportunities in this realm are. If people are going to play games, shouldn't they be the ones generating income from themselves? And so again, they kind of are coy with this, like, I'm not going to come right out and say it, but I'm going to say like, it's an amazing opportunity, quite possibly. And like, it's this dodgy thing. Just own your shit, like own your position on this, right? Like say that this is what you believe, but don't kind of say it, try to sell this game, and then go back and say, but I never said it, because you did. So just like when everyone kept saying like, why don't you want to have debates with these people? It's because they have no anchor in reality. Like their reality is whatever they can make up a story in their head for the moment, irrespective of what they said the week before. They have no anchor point in some like a consistent version of what reality is. And that's the mental confusion that is like the gaslighting that I just can't tolerate.
I think you're just not prepared for the amazing opportunities that are out there for you and others.
And again, somebody must not have told Derrick, because like in the closing lines, he says, you know, again, he's saying right before this, he's talking about this woman juggling and needing food. And, should we look down on these families to decide to earn money playing games at a cyber cafe? And then he again talks about Kenny. My good friend Kenny is seeking to help local teenagers learn the ropes of games or gain skills to empower them and their families. So like Derrick's clearly stating that Kenny is planning on, at least in this point, he has the sense to not say children, because evidently the terms of this game, in the Splinterlands game, is that little children are not actually supposed to use this game. And so he kind of backtracks on that and says teenagers, which is at least more consistent with the gaming platform itself.
Well, yeah, even the gaming like platform Derrick itself, knows, if you read the terms, you're no one under the age 17 is actually supposed to play it. But of course, we know that that's not the case. I mean, if they're promoting that.
Yeah. I mean, well, and it doesn't really say local teenagers. Like, I mean, Derrick in his essay, like, could have made it very clear what the status was, right? Like, clearly he knows that Kenny is coming down and that they're planning on empowering communities with these amazing opportunities. But he could have made it very clear the terms of the game, what he thought was okay and what he thought was not okay, but it's all very vague. And so there is this vagueness. And then again, he just hates to take time to address things like this. Like he just really wishes that I wouldn't bring things up like his own words supporting child labor. But he's saying that I purposefully misrepresent his words. And yet my blog was simply, and you can attest to this, was hit screenshots of his content. Screenshots of his quote and it had the original, whole interview if people wanted that context. I included a link to his blog post. Everyone can make their own decision, but it's not misrepresenting. Like I didn't actually have to misrepresent. He has made a choice that in the context of what is unfolding, being that we know that in this Agenda 2030, Agenda 2050 program, that the goal is towards a cyborg avatar capitalist future. And that the target of that isn't you or me, Jason. I mean, it's not people our age, it's the youngest children, right? And so they're probably looking to get the teens, which are opportunity youth, and I'm going to talk about that more, to work on building it. But it's the littlest kids that they want, like the little boy on the hill with the phone, that they want to live in it and to normalize that there isn't anything else other than to live in it. And so, Derrick's position about the metaverse in the last discussion we had, we were talking about Brandon Wallace and Planned Systems. He had invited someone to speak at the Greater Reset who is literally building the metaverse. Someone with a military background, with a intelligence, information warfare background, top secret clearance, who's now involved in a charitable venture to build augmented reality in Austin, which is, we've spent time there, and it's a center for video gaming and defense innovation. So it's very naive to just sort of say, oh, we're just like, I don't really have, I'm just not really curating. Like people can have all different views about the metaverse. He's invited people to his event that are building the metaverse and building gaming systems. So he needs to take ownership of that choice. So again, this is just another, and I hate to go through all this, but just to document, because I think it is useful to see the strategies. Again, this is a 3-part series by Doug McKenty. Again, someone that I, on good faith, had done an interview with early on. I had actually like asked both of these people, like who like have like literally Doug is like, take out a restraining order on her. She's bothering Derrick's reputation. I'm like, can you please like take down my interview, Doug? I don't want to be connected with you anymore. And he refused to do it. So fine. But like he created this 3-part series, and the first part, he didn't, if you search the piece, which is like, I think on Substack, so it's like, it's a pain like to even like go on and comment there. You have to like sign up and everything. But child isn't in it anywhere. If you put in child in the search bar in this first piece, it's only my comment. And I'm like, Doug, this is deceptive. You didn't actually talk about the issue at all. He wanted to talk about libertarianism and to frame this conflict as it being about him being libertarian. Well, it wasn't. It was about children. It was clearly about children. And so that this is another misrepresentation, a misdirection. And, you know, I don't consider I'm not really about isms, per se. I'm about people's character, So, we have a good friend, Drew Heaton, who invited us to Tucson this summer. And we gave like a, really important, Jason, you like documented it, some really important talks. I gave a really important talk about smart cities and education. Well, Drew is a libertarian, and she would totally throw her body between any blockchain, fourth industrial revolution person trying to blockchain, especially children. And she just announced her that she was running for governor of Arizona on the libertarian platform. So take that, Doug. Like, if you want to try to put me in a little box, like Drew's texting me her speech announcing her libertarian candidacy in Arizona, which is the center of militarized metaverse building. And Drew is the kind of person who would never tolerate the stuff that is going on, that you try to cover for, that you try to provide cover for. So don't try to paint me with this and to try to misdirect, because it makes me really angry. This is just a comment, and, I try not to wade into this so much, but like I will say that this is ad hominem, from Derrick. Derrick saying, I don't support digital child labor, whatever that is. You're an intentional liar. It's sad. And I'm like, no, he does. Like, you've literally written your essay to say that you support child gaming on digital platforms. That's digital child labor. And I'm like, it's documented. You can withdraw your position, but it's documented. And so then he moves on. There's comments about my age, that my family doesn't like me. I think like there's other people, like in other comments, they called me a militant feminist. Some of them, like there's like misogyny baked into some of this stuff, ageism, like every single like ad hominem thing. What is this? You actually think you have done some deep investigative work, and you haven't. Well, sorry, Derrick. Maybe these 180 slides will do you, this time around. But again, he says, here it is, so this is my quote, you have asserted the rights of kids, teens, and adults to participate in consensual labor. And this is Derrick. Yes, I did. I know there's a bright woman in there lost in sadness and anger, but you are not that bright if you think that anything in that statement is controversial. And then this was where he goes back to consent. Do you understand the word consensual and voluntary? Do you see the word force in there? Okay, so Derrick is essentially here framing that anyone who would raise the issue as we are moving into a future of industrialized automation linked to avatars and digital identity and what that means for children, that there's nothing to be said. And that anything that children would do is consensual because they're sovereign. You can do anything to a child because, well, they're just like an adult. I mean, that's the logic in this equation, and it's not true. Who is to decide what force? Is this at the force of a gun? Is this at the force of starvation? Is this at the force of peer pressure? What kinds of force are used against children regularly? Even children of privilege and affluent children. To say that in this particular use case, which goes back to his initial quote with Catherine Austin Fitts, it's poor children in the global South. So I would simply reassert if you are choosing how to align moving forward, you're going to need to acknowledge that Derrick Broze, and at this point, everyone who was involved in the Greater Reset 3 feels that there is no issue with child labor. And if you're a person who thinks there is and who wants to bring it up, well, then you will be dismissed. And I think that that is ultimately a very treacherous path to be on.
Yeah, this segment here was just mind blowing to me because it kind of leaves your head spinning. You're just like, wait a minute. He says, I don't support child digital labor, and then like literally just a couple paragraphs down, he's basically saying that he supports child digital labor. It's
and this is, I mean, I think it's narrative warfare.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've been trying to be give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, well, maybe he doesn't understand. I'm like, but this has been going on and on and on, and it's just like an obstinance, and then I'm just like, you're trying to make sense out of something that's completely senseless. So, anyways,
I mean, I will just say at the end, it says everyone sees through your victim stance. I'm not a victim, Derrick. I'm not your victim. I'm not anybody's victim. I'm actually a strong, empowered woman. And I think it's interesting because like on the one of these other threads he had that like, how dare I as a woman of European descent, like question him as an indigenous person, right? Like, but he's not, like he's a US citizen in Mexico, right? The people who are bringing these gaming systems in, Kenny's from the United States. The other people, Splinterlands is not a Mexico-based company. Like these are people who have decided, the community didn't go and beg and ask for these solutions to be brought in. It's someone else deciding for people what the solutions are. Have we got a deal for you? It's an amazing opportunity. It's like, the Music Man, the 76 trombones or something. Like, well, this is your lucky day. So like, I'm not a victim. And then clearly at the end, he's just like, fuck off. So like, he's just exasperated himself. Like he doesn't really know what to do because he's probably confused. So anyway, he's confused himself. Again, this is sort of a response to Kenny's long posts that Kenny has identified that I'm clearly a Fed. And then, that's like, I think he says that with all, like he think, and I would say, I got to tell you, which is more likely, a mom from Philadelphia public schools who got pissed off at them closing their schools and started like following the money and power systems and started waking up to like what was really happening in the context of also of Standing Rock and other issues like coming online, or that I'm a federal agent. Like, I mean, it actually doesn't. And if what they're so worried about is division, if you have a compelling story, like if you have something compelling to offer people, you're not going to be worried about that. I'm not dividing anyone who isn't already against the things that I'm speaking out against, right? And so if you feel like yours is the best course, you have nothing to worry about from me dividing your movement because you've already got your base. Your base is, I guess, like lining up poor kids to sit in internet cafes. I mean, that's your base. If you think that's the base you want, then you don't have anything to worry about from me. This is just reinforcing you. But, again, there's a lot of name calling going on here. And if someone actually wanted to talk about like libel and slander, I would have a much stronger case in this. And, I don't have any of this pulled out, but like lots of references to like, oh, they should sue me. The company should sue me. They should get restraining orders. When I've never lied. Like libel actually requires you to have lied about something, and there is no lie in anything I've said. I'm simply trying to hold adults accountable to the little boy on the hill. And this is this last one, but this is not acceptable in my opinion. And I would just say this, for people who are looking to Derrick for leadership, is that like he created a blog post or a Facebook post essentially inciting people against me with someone putting out a direct threat. Now, later, I guess someone said, oh, no, it was just about social media, getting rid of her on social media. Well, I'm not even on Facebook. So like that is actually wrong. And, I appreciate Jason, you calling him out and someone else calling him out. And you can see the difference between so then I made a video because honestly, I was somewhat concerned. about who this individual was and what their intentions were. And I wanted it documented. And then only at that point did Derrick finally chime in. And he said, oh, I don't feel the need to condemn comments by random people on social media. So this is 18 hours after it's shown up on this post that he essentially incited people against me on. So this is the kind of leadership that is being asserted here by these and again, all of the people who were notified of this position have chosen to go along with it. So like, I'm asking people to make the conscious resistance, to be somewhat conscious about the choices you're making. And again, to document it as it goes along. So this is a person, this is on one of the YouTube videos. I don't know if I think I looked up this person, they had nothing on their channel. I will say, to this person's credit, at least they're honest about their position. Okay. So in the case of this individual, he says he has spent years in impoverished Indian villages, and that, it is better, this playing to earn is better than pimping, prostituting, begging, and indentured servitude. And the problems are complex. And then later he called me a militant feminist and said that South Asian feminists would have excluded people like me because I didn't know what it meant to be a woman. So I'll have to talk to Deep D about that. But this is this person. Now, I will say it's not my position, but at least he owns this position, right? So I'm just like, so I'm reaffirming, like, so your position is that this child labor is appropriate, like that we shouldn't actually, just because children are subjected to horrors, that we just settle for a slightly less horrible horror than to have a better outcome. And so again, I just want to say, within the context of all of these freedom groups, really, to me, the model of all of this is we should be looking at India's farmers, and like, because of our connections with Deep D and the people having insider knowledge of a story that is very little covered in the Western media. And because India, many of these issues, especially technology targeting girls, targeting women, India's been the target of a lot of offshoring of call centers, coding, to terrible economic effect, because like many of those people now have been put out of work by AI and are in terrible mental health situations. But like at the crossroads of, they're with Aadhaar and digital identity, like they're on the cusp of all of this. And while all of this is happening, the farmers' movements, like they went to take a stand for the earth, for their land, for their culture, like knowing that the food systems were integral to everything. Now, to me, if you were actually looking at models, like authentic models that again are grounded in spirituality and fortitude and consensus building, because those folks were there for over a year and under terrible conditions, quite a number of people lost their lives, and they held it together for one another because the stakes were so high. As Deepti says, they were going to win it or die, and again, the saga continues to unfold, because then they won the battle, but then when they went back home, they're facing new challenges under government oppression. But that's, if you were being authentic of looking at this within a global construct, that's what you would look for, right? To me, if you were someone who is modeling liberation and food sovereignty and community care, that would be your centerpiece, right? And instead, essentially, you have US citizens saying, like, swooping in and coming down to say, impoverished other countries, let us solve your problems with our technology systems, which is very much counter to local autonomy and locally empowered communities, which is what the farmers' protest speaks to. And for the most part, as far as I could tell, like, none of these folks were really talking about that. I haven't seen Doug, other people like talking about these issues of, because I guess they're not libertarians, maybe, so. And this person, I think you could theoretically, I don't know, but maybe have a conversation with, because they're trying to figure it out. They're like, I'm not sure playing a game is the same as labor, right? And for these people, like, I think at that cusp, like, you could have the conversation, and you know, we're going to go through these other 180 slides to talk about why it's dangerous for kids and why it is labor and why it's treacherous labor. But essentially what they're saying is it goes back to Broze is offering a solution and you're just abstraction. You're just an abstraction. And I don't know, like calling me lower division TA, I guess that's trying to call me ignorant or something. I don't know, whatever. But the question is, what are the solutions? And we've talked about this before, Jason, about like radical solutions versus like tweaking it, right? Like, is this a structural radical change? And to me, if what you're pushing is the branding of this seems to imply a full, like, this is the moment to have a full on change. And yet the solutions being bought into are more of the same. They're not really truly radical solutions. So
what's a TA session? I don't even, do you know what that was?
I think it's like a teacher's assistant.
Oh.
I mean, I think it was like sort of a slight as like, oh, you think you're intellectual, but you're just some like sub-level person who's not that smart or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. So again, I just pulled this. This is again a bit from the like chaotic confusion of his mind. Is that, you know, this is part of the you had that he featured on his blog. And this is talking about the funding. Again, what do? I follow money. I follow power. Kenny's saying she just found a name she could connect, stuck Splinterlands into articles she was writing about unrelated topics and did no research or due diligence to check her claims. And so, and this is, I think, from you, Jason, there are direct financial connections to the United Nations and the World Economic Forum programs, in this case of Splinterlands through one of its main investors, Ali Madhavji. And so this is Kenny. Guilt by association is not a thing, right? So just because like who's funding you doesn't matter, right? Like, but I have a great economic solution to sell you, but the economics of it don't matter, right? So guilt by association is not a thing. What voting or other control does he have? How late in the development did he become involved? So again, this shows either a profound ignorance of the way the world actually works or is just misdirection again, because clearly the people who are investing in your company, because it's a company, are investing in it because there is a perceived value, and the value is a growing user base, including players. You know, I've documented this before, but this Blockchain Founders Fund is one of the primary funders of Splinterlands. They're based in Singapore. This is from just a couple days ago, January. They just closed a $75 million funding round, and they're specifically working on blockchain, crypto, Web3, and metaverse startups. So their focus is, as I've always said, I mean, at least for the past year, the metaverse runs on blockchain. It's not separate. Blockchain was meant to take capitalism into virtual world building, and that's why it's all connected. So this is not an insubstantial amount of money. This is not peanuts. This matters. This is a slide I shared before. So Ali Madhavji, he is connected. Here it says that he consults on emerging technologies and with the UN on solutions to alleviate poverty. So this matters. It matters that Derrick opened with his discussion of play to earn around poverty. And then I have that, you know, it just expanded so you can see a little bit better. But, you know, he's recognized as a blockchain 100 global leader. So this guy, if you're putting up, you know, a 17-year-old kid playing crypto card games, right? Who is the person who has the power in this in that engagement, right? Who has the power? Is it the guy that's connected with United Nations in Singapore? Who has more power? And that's what I'm asking people to think about. Splinterlands, this is from the same article from 2022. It's the #1 ranked blockchain game. Okay, so again, Splinterlands, I mean, it looks kind of hokey to me. I'm not a gamer, but it is within this blockchain gaming space, it is the #1 ranking. So again, it's nothing to sneeze at. At the bottom line, it says that they are backing entrepreneurs to shape Web 3.0. That's the metaverse. Okay. So as much as Derrick might want to sort of backtrack and say he wasn't really talking about Splinterlands, the reality is that Kenny is a representative of Splinterlands. In Derrick's essay, he talked about Kenny coming down and teaching people to be empowered through gaming. That gaming environment is backed by investors, global investors, who are investing specifically in blockchain and the metaverse. Now, I would say among the other elements in the portfolio, in the second paragraph, you can see Health Hero. So Health Hero is part of this impact investing gamification of healthcare spaces, finance spaces, and they're talking about it's called Play Go by Health Hero. It's a super fun well-being game. Okay, so this is data tracking your well-being. Create your own digital collectible trading card based on your well-being. These people are dangerous. This is not, like, you don't create NFTs for your well-being. You don't hand your well-being data tracking over to some AI system, some blockchain metaverse system. That is dangerous. And it's all part of the same context environment that we're talking about, because, hey, they can consent. It's not informed consent. This slide is just one that I grabbed. It's the top play to earn tokens by market capitalization. I mean, you can see the billions upon billions of virtual dollars that this represents. So this is not a small enterprise. This is a giant global market. Now, you know, we talk a lot, Jason, about the sort of the fiction of what this all is. You know, this is a fictionalized economic abstract. And I would say, again, if what you're responding to is the creation of a synthetic world, which is this plan, why would you then lean into a new economic model that is built, like, none of this is meaningful economic activity? I mean, it's essentially, it's gambling, I guess, is what this is. It's gamified gambling opportunities, but that's not a meaningful economy. Like, if you had a fixed amount of resources, both financial or emotional or time, where would you put them? Well, like, would you put them into playing a game so you could have, like, grow a pretend farm, you know, in the metaverse, in Decentraland, and buy some fake land? Or would you get real land? I mean, to me, that's the cognitive dissonance that I don't get within the Freedom Cell community, is like, why would you even bother with this? Like, you don't need to. There's other stuff you could be doing. And yet people are leaning into it because of the lure of the fiction of this money, right? These billions of dollars of, like, easy cash that's somehow going to, like, finance their real world stuff. And I'm not buying it. And I think it's a fiction. And I think it's misleading to tempt children into this space when they don't even have nearly as much of an understanding of it, you know, as the people selling it. So, well,
as Carl Sagan would say if he were here, billions upon billions of dollars. I had to throw that in there. Well, you know, it's interesting. I mentioned this before, but, like, I have this. It was a commercial that they made. There was a thing called Channel One, and they gave free TVs to schools. But with the school, the kids had to watch this content, which included advertisements. And there was one I should dig it up because it's really hilarious. But it's a scene of a guy and a girl in a Jeep driving to the woods. And then the girl's like, well, you know, I mean, this is so great and all, but, like, I mean, I love this. I can't remember how she was. She's like, this is, you know, this Jeep is great and everything, but what about the environment? And he goes, this oil is what allows us to get to the environment, silly. And then she's like, oh, okay. And I think that's the logic here. It's like, hey, once you get these crypto coins, then you can use it to do something that's actually meaningful. But you have to do this thing that's not meaningful first in order to get the thing that will take you to the forest, sort of thing. I don't know.
That's a good, yeah, I can see that. All right. And so, again, the Blockchain Founders Fund, what they're investing in is blockchain and crypto for the Web 3.0 and the metaverse. So I know, like, Derrick, he really tries to thread the needle and say, like, but I didn't say the word metaverse. Like, I didn't say this, that, or the other. And so it isn't, right? But everything that's being built now is in this extended mixed reality. And it's all built on foundationally militarized state intelligence architecture. It just is. And, you know, his colleague John Bush is in Austin. Like, John knows this. Like, you can't like be operating in this space and not understand the militarized aspects of it. And so I think there's a story people want to tell, and the story that Derrick wants to tell in his head is that, like, I'm doing the good kind. Although there's no really criteria to say what's the good kind and what is not the good kind, right? Or it's sort of like, trust me, you like me, and so I'm doing the good kind, because how could I not be doing the good kind, because it's me and I'm good. But what I would say is the entire context of the metaverse, augmented, extended, mixed reality is militarized, and you can't really take it out of that. So this is just an event, the geospatial metaverse event, but I thought it was useful to look at some of the speakers, the deputy director of the CIA for Science and Technology, the National Governors Association, synthetic training environments for the Army's Future Command, FEMA, Cesium. Now, Cesium is this image on the bottom here is what is the metaverse? A Philly Tech CEO who is helping build it explains. So yes, Cesium is actually in downtown Philadelphia, and they're building the metaverse too. And sometimes it looks like a military simulation, and sometimes it looks like an entertainment ad, and sometimes it looks like a video game, and sometimes it looks like a real estate sales portfolio. And the metaverse can look like a lot of different things, but ultimately it's about virtualizing the world and then engineering it. And so then I would say this last one, this Kyle McCullough, he's the director of modeling and simulation in the Institute for Creative Technologies, and that's the University of Southern California. So now we're sort of pivoting a little bit into my old stomping grounds with ed tech, because I found ICT, the Institute for Creative Technologies, back when I was studying educational technology software, and I realized that some of the math software that they were using in the Philadelphia schools was coming out of there, and it was funded by like the Army Research Lab. And a lot of it was actually looking at emotion sensing when using educational technology for math, and tracking like when kids were checking out because it was so boring, because everybody like pretty much hates online learning. And I remember like testifying in front of the school board like 4 years ago about specifically tracking emotion in educational software that was coming directly out of this Institute for Creative Technologies, which is the hybrid of Hollywood, Disney, and the Army Research Lab. You know, and so all of the animatronics, the synthetic people, the motion capture, ever since at least the mid 1990s, they have been joined at the hip to create the metaverse. And that's what we're waltzing into that now. And again, the metaverse isn't going to be built for the people who are 40 and up. It's going to be designed for the little kids, and it's going to be built by the opportunity youth, like the teens and early 20 somethings. And the rest of us are sort of hangers on and trying to be, I guess, to me, like the voice of moral reason as we're dragged into it, I guess. So I was talking about the University of Southern California's Institute for Creative Technologies. And again, like, I don't know why I ended up like seeing these things that now seem to be woven in, but for me, you know, as they're starting to pull back a little bit on some of the health stuff, the education piece, the educational technology piece, and the digital identity piece, and the impact investing piece are really, really central. And so a lot of the information that I encountered 5 years ago is becoming more and more relevant, and I understand it better. So Michael Zaida, he was one of the figures helping to set up the Institute for Creative Technologies. And in 1997, there was a report that was done called Modeling and Simulation, Linking Entertainment and Defense. And so those were sort of the origins of linking Hollywood with the Defense Department. And a lot of it is about narrative crafting, right? And it's, I mean, Jason, you've worked in film for ages, and so you know how important telling the story is, right? Telling the story to create social change, even though like sometimes maybe looking back, some of the documentaries or things you saw maybe had angles to them that were not fully anticipated within a context of impact investing or some of these other things. But like the storytelling element is really, really vital. And increasingly, stories are being told in mixed reality and in digital reality. And when we experience stories in digital spaces, they can capture our reactions and our responses to that. it's almost like the telescreens, and feed it back and refine the stories. And so if you imagine, living your real life in a choose your adventure book, right? If you want to do A, go to this page. You want to go B, but that you're living in a choose your own adventure book that's being run by AI, and maybe you don't even know it, right? And you are being managed as, as a life force, as a being, as a player, all the world's a stage. Do we know we're players? Like, what is our agency in all of that? And I think as we start to merge with virtual world building, we need to understand that the side that we're merging with is inherently militarized and connected, like looking at what's happening in Hollywood, understanding the history of Operation Mockingbird, like the Mockingbird Press, and the use of propaganda and in digital entertainment, and to set things up, predictive programming, all of that, and how that marries with the military is really, really important. And that we're feeding this into children now, right? And they don't even have any sense of it. Like, it was not until I was in my late 40s before I finally started to really understand the systems of power and the tools that were being used. Most people out there wouldn't really imagine that the entertainment industry complex, how it's been weaponized against the populace. Like, people in our circles would, but most people wouldn't. Most people just don't even imagine. So, but we're being managed. They're feeding back, increasingly the devices are feeding back our responses into the system. And there's something called serious games. And this is, now all of these I would say on these slides, and we'll share the slide deck on the source when I have the link to the source. These are the reports. So go and look at it for yourselves, because I encourage people to do that. This is like a page later from the Michael Zaida's report on visual simulation of virtual reality. He's talking about serious gaming. Now, increasingly, impact investors are interested in getting us all to do quote unquote serious games, especially in our communities that will feed signals intelligence. And this infographic, it's kind of hard to see a little bit, but it says, from game to serious game, unlike their entertainment only counterparts, serious games use pedagogy to infuse instruction into gameplay. And so one of the section in the middle there, it says human performance engineering team. So they're optimizing people, engineering people to perform, right? To perform their function in the larger machine. And that machine is a cybernetic social system that is increasingly being played out at a global level, as we move towards sort of one world government, so we can advance. This is a clip. Actually, I have two clips from this. It's a people analytic conference at Wharton. So this is my backyard again. And so much of this stuff comes out of Wharton, and they're talking about like analyzing people and using games to analyze it. So this woman is a game designer, and the moderator is asking her about how much data is collected in games. And she's like, we collect every click. We know who clicked what, how long they clicked, who clicked. And so in some games, and she's talking about optimizing it to keep people in the game longer, right? To grow the brand of the gaming company. But you can also understand within serious games that that's a militarized venture, right? They want more clicks to get more intelligence to feed into their simulations and to make their predictions. But she said, like, in some of the games, they might have 3 data analysts for every game designer, just to manage the data analytics. And moving forward into the future that's being created, the future of work, the data analytics is really central.
Things I want to talk to you guys about I think would be interesting. But let's actually start, before we talk about games for analytics, let's talk about games and analytics, right? So for a very long time, long before there was a People Analytics Conference, game companies have realized that their goal is to optimize player interactions with the game systems they build. So I was wondering, since you have some experience in the industry, starting with you, Tricia, maybe a little bit about how game companies think about measuring performance and people, and what they've learned about how to maximize behavior and performance.
And this is my first analytics conference, but outside of the fact that nobody's dressed like a superhero, it's actually very similar to a game developers conference. Is we love our data. We are constantly reviewing it all the time. Every click that you play in a game, we're measuring why you clicked, when you clicked, who clicked, when you logged on, everything is collected and analyzed, and we go through it to make sure that we can improve our retention and we can improve our profit margin, our player base. And that's something, there's even companies out there that may have 1 to 3 data analysts per game designer that we have, because there's just so much data coming in. And so anyone out there that's actually interested in games, although I only saw like 2 people raise their hands and say Angry Birds, so gamers out there, we need people like you to be able to go in there and make games better.
So this is from a slide share from Michael Zaida, which I had touched on before. It's following up on essentially the report they did in 1997 about blending the Defense Department with entertainment. And it's quite an interesting slide share. I have 3 screenshots that I took from it. But they're saying, okay, so now we've had this gathering about how we could like benefit one another, how the Defense Department simulation R&D can benefit Hollywood and vice versa. What do we do next? And so, but this shows the way in which storytelling, narrative, wargaming, computing and VR. Now this is again from the late 90s, right? So this is, we have quite a long lead time. How to get all of the simulations networked, and that is part of the metaverse. How does one work within the game? Because there's the non-playable characters, right? The autonomous agents in the game. We could be creating metaverse spaces, online functioning spaces where the gamified graphic design entities that are in there aren't even people. They could be coded reality, they could be coded AI, they could be machines, they could be a person who it doesn't look like the person. Like you could be operating in a collective learning environment or collaboration environment with a toaster. You wouldn't know, like if the toaster has an avatar that makes it look like a cartoon character, you just wouldn't even know what it is. And that's the reality we're building for children right now, is these AI autonomous agents. So they want to create the center. They've had this collaboration, and the center is to have a clearinghouse where EI, which is the entertainment industry, and that's both Hollywood and video game design, and DoD modeling, so Department of Defense, will have this virtual environment and simulation. So they know that they're, at this point, they know they're building the metaverse, essentially. I mean, they might call it network simulation and strategy and war games and storytelling, but they're going to build the metaverse. They want to do it collaboratively. They want a co-location. And they want to integrate it with the university system so that they can develop credentialed professionals with masters and PhDs in game design, in game theory, in the technology systems, so that they can eventually like develop that talent, right? And so this was created in the early 2000s. And so now, we're 20 years into this whole continuum. But if you didn't have access to this understanding, this context of what could possibly be wrong with a video game, right? How putting children in a video game because they like it and you could pay them money for it. Most people don't know this. I would say probably Derrick doesn't know this, right? But I'm here to say, when I staked my flag and said, no, you have to choose digital child labor or no digital child labor, it was because of this knowledge that I had in my heart over it. It wasn't something that was just done off the cuff or out of hand, because I knew that this is the backstory. And so, as I had mentioned before, I've been, cutting hundreds of quilt squares and listening to World Bank webinars and listening to metaverse webinars. But some of that is dry, and I get tired of listening to people who spout off about things without realizing that they're building the militarized metaverse. And so a friend had said, oh, Allison, you really need to read Ender's Game. And so I ended up getting it on audiobook, which is maybe not the best, but I could do that and do my quilting at the same time. And it's an oldish book. I mean, it's over 20 years old, actually. Or since Got Card is, the book was in its 20th anniversary in the audiobook, and that might have been several years old already. And he talked about actually conceptualizing this story in the late 1960s and early 1970s. And essentially it's about child soldiers. It's a science fiction world where children are set up to fight what they call the buggers. And the buggers are this distant civilization that attacked humanity in the past, and it's sort of a hive mind consciousness, and that they would raise the children up. And they would do that because the children would believe what the adults told them. They got children young enough, and these are like brilliant kids, they screened them, that they would still trust the adults. And in this off-planet training environment where they would stage all these battles and simulations, just like the wargaming simulations we're talking about, you know, the hero is this young boy, Ender, and he goes back and forth, and he becomes more and more disillusioned because the adults actually take terrible advantage of the kids and treat them very badly. And he starts to question it. And then the culmination of the book, he's in a simulation environment, and he's the commander of these forces, and it's all a video game, right? It's all a gamified simulation, and it's his like final exam. And what he comes to realize at the end, he ends up destroying this planet with this, you know, terrible device that like separates all the molecules. And it's only afterwards, and this is a child who's very empathetic and never really wanted to hurt anyone. And they said, actually, you know what, Ender, it was all real. Like all those battles, it wasn't a game. It was actually really happening. Like you really just destroyed a whole planet. And he was broken because he didn't know that it was real. And so what I'm trying to say is like, we're moving towards a future with remote robotic labor where human computing interfaces may connect us or connect our avatars to remote robotics, conducting actions in places that we can no longer actually conceptualize or could be framed as gamified environments. And I think there may be even a Black Mirror episode to that effect, like that you might understand something one way and it is misrepresented. And so for me, like that was really formative this week as I was putting together this slide share, is understanding like adults taking advantage of children, taking advantage of the naivety of children, and then the way in which, how can we tell what is real and what is not real? And even as we move into this world of deep fakes and distance learning and, you know, environments where we live as avatars, it's really unsettling. And so this is sort of the closeout on this piece. It's just, this is from a friend. It was a comment on a Facebook post, and I asked if it was okay to use this comment because I think I'm not trying to like prop myself up or say like I'm better than other people. Like I have a job to do, and my job is to tell what I know and try to hold people responsible. And I think my role is you know, an advanced scout and a foresight, you know, strategic analyst, and to try to be a moral compass as best I can be. Okay. And so in all of this, I'm not doing it just to be mean to people. I take these stands because I feel like they're actually really important for all of us to get clear about. And so, you know, in this respect, this person said and this is in counter to the unity. And again, that one poem called me the divider, right? The divider. He says, what I'd like to add to this ongoing conversation about Allison, which is also about blockchain, AI, robotics, and in general, how power and high technology will influence the conditions of our lives in the so-called post-COVID world, is this. I don't think it's all about getting along right now or about coming together under an umbrella belief systems or even about catalyzing a unified movement to fight back. To my mind, it's more of a reckoning, or as some might say, a revelation or apocalypse, a reveal. It's time to deeply consider both our own worldviews and a time to lay out the constructs, contracts, dependencies, that's a big one, assumptions, etc., that bind us together as groups and as a society, and to then consider what is and what is not valuable or essential. And so, and I really appreciated that because that was my intent with this. And, you know, in many respects, Derrick became the focal point because it was his statement that led me to want to clearly state that conversation. But again, it could have been other people too, right? It was more that I needed to respond to the statement that was being made because I feel like there is a reckoning. And while, you know, and I've pulled back to a certain extent because I feel like even within the resistance, there's so much confusion and very few other people that have a lens that I do that I'm not really part of anyone's movement. I'm simply trying to be clear myself and then take stands that hopefully give a template for how to think to other people if they want to pick it up. And it's nothing that can be forced on anyone. You have to actually find what I have to say valuable. And if you don't find, because it's never been, and a lot of these comments have been like, I'm losing my base, or I'm gonna, somehow diminish myself, and or that I'm a victim, and I'm not, because all of this I do, it's internally driven, and it's not driven by numbers or metrics or money or other things. It's my job. It's my job. And so that is this reckoning, and that is about the little boy on the hill. And I appreciate that there are other people out there who also see that perspective.
Wait a minute. So you're not going to start selling Wrench in the Gears t-shirts and coffee mugs? I've been building
NFTs of them.
I have NFT shirts. NFT shirts. we gotta come up with that one.
Right. So that kind of closes out, at least on the response to the child labor piece. And then I think we'll move forward. So this, I just wanted to touch on a few of the speakers, and like not all of them, but some out of me as being somewhat relevant. So this is kind of about the climate diet. This is pretty short, but it's a young woman, Serena Farb, and she's, her angle is that she's vegan, and her liberation stuff is about animals and food systems. But I think it's very important to know that in January of 2020 through July of 2020, so this is not long ago, that she co-created and hosted this climate diet summit, right? And so again, we have to understand that what we're going through right now in this transition to sort of a geo-fenced biosurveillance world is integrally linked to the Sustainable Development Goals, to the climate change, corporate climate change movement, to engineering us into food systems, and that One Health, which is, and I guess goal 2 is hunger, that the World Bank's One Health program will be used to sort of, I'm so sorry, it's the wind blowing through the door. The One Health program will be used to sort of keep people and animals separate, to sort of reinforce essentially like a reliance on a manufactured food system that will increasingly be linked to warehouses, robotic harvesting, genetic engineering at a level that we can't imagine. And I think a lot of that is because the EMF radiation is going to kill off the pollinators, and the geoengineering is going to make the water cycle really messed up. And so they're going to have to come up with a new industrialized food system, but they want to frame it as vegan. So, but she's not just any vegan. She's somebody who recently, like within the context of the pandemic, founded and hosted this climate diet event. And again, this is from the website of the event. And, you can see the languaging here. Why a climate diet summit? For the first time, we're experiencing a global pandemic like never before. And, we should claim our power and start making a huge difference. Did you know that a diet change is one of the most powerful ways to stop climate change? Join us so we can create a just food system that will bring us the sustainable future we all want. And so this is Serena, and she's one of the speakers. And so I would say later on, we're going to talk about the World Bank and this Evoke education system, and they have quests about like how to be a good youth person in the sustainable development space and save the planet by doing all the right things. And this would be exactly the kind of quest that the World Bank would set these young people on, right? And they would be like, youth empowerment, like follow Greta and do the right thing. And they would want you to probably think that it's about, real food system design, but ultimately the people who are going to be managing these food systems, it's just going to be a new kind of industrial food system, but they're going to brand it as a vegan option. And increasingly it's going to be tied to industrial agriculture in warehousing spaces.
Yeah, actually one of the speakers yesterday that was speaking on the permaculture section in the Greater Reset 3 had mentioned that he's a cricket farmer. And I think that's kind of an interesting thing, because that's kind of one of the things that they're moving toward, these protein-based bugs. They want us eating bugs. I just thought that was interesting.
Have anything against people making an individual choice about this, but as far as a global choice for me, what is really central in the world is like food is about culture, right? And culture is about geography. And so people's foodways, their traditional foodways, should be respected. Like part of this creating like a one world diet is part of the erasure of cultural difference. And again, I don't say this from a nationalist standpoint, but I think that we should celebrate and appreciate the world's cultures. Like we would not be expecting like the Inuit people to be eating a vegan diet, you know, like unless you're just flying, like the drones are dropping off, you know, the microgreens or something on a weekly basis. It just doesn't make sense. I just have one more slide. So like this is part of this Eat Lancet Food Planet Health Commission. And again, I think increasingly they want to manage people through the food systems, which we know, like, I mean, they're perverting the food as medicine concept, and the push is towards actually managing like nutraceuticals and, you know, your microbiome, managing your brain health through your gut health. But if they can be in charge of your food and controlling your food system, that's quite powerful. And that's, I keep re-emphasizing the issue around smart cities being based on removal of indigenous people into reservation systems where they were separated from their foodways and their traditional ways of accessing food in an autonomous manner. And that was a key part of like breaking the food systems of that has a historic background to it. So this is another person, her name is Tess Lowry. She's another one of the speakers, and this is about like maternal health and evidence-based medicine. I'm going to touch on that. There she is, like the little arrow. Now she's based in the UK, so she was doing an online visit. So I would again say, you know, it's an interesting choice of presenter for this particular event. Teresa Lowry, she is quite a prominent figure of late. She did a meta-analysis, and she's a major proponent of ivermectin, use of ivermectin in early treatment protocols. And so she has been doing a lot of like documentation of that, public testimony around that. And this is like one of her public testimonies that she submitted. And the other thing is, I would say before this, she worked in maternal health, which is, again, central to the human capital impact space, doing other data analyses. And she was a consultant to the World Health Organization. And I would say, like, none of that is particularly hidden. But again, it's interesting. I have found, based on personal experience, that the whole idea of the conversion, like the person who's seen the light and become converted, is something that you should maybe approach with a fair bit of caution. Here is one of the publications. It's the World Health Organization Antenatal Care, Positive Pregnancy Experiences, and Nutritional Interventions. I just finished doing a pretty extensive article on conditional cash transfers that were very much tied to women and children, and like prenatal care was a central element of that, of both managing behavior change around aligning pregnant women's health check-ins to global protocols, pretty much, right? And I guess the question is, in some of that, it's the power dynamic question again, is that a lot of the countries where these are active are low-income countries, and a lot of the medical interventions are backed by Western pharmaceutical companies. And so if you can start tying compliance to pregnancy behaviors, which was the case in the first blockchain baby in Tanzania, they were tracking like compliance with the prenatal visits to human, to the children, like both the unborn child and the mom and the healthcare provider on blockchain. Once you start building in telemedicine protocols, preventative healthcare protocols, then you start to have issues around women's preferred pregnancy experience, right, which has cultural elements to it. And if it's potentially coercive, then there's the issue of the power dynamic. So again, Teresa Lowry was one of the reviewers and methodologists for this document for the World Health Organization around prenatal health care. And she is a director of her own consultancy in Bath, England, called the Evidence-Based Medicine Consultancy. And evidence-based is important. So again, this is just a screenshot, and you can go through the link if you want to, but talking about like positive pregnancy behaviors. And this is something I'm very familiar with in terms of tracking the human capital finance side of things. Her company, what her expertise is on rigorous research and innovative healthcare healthcare research methodology. So like, again, innovative is kind of a code word there, and that they're providing the best possible evidence to inform healthcare decision making. So again, evidence wouldn't normally sound like a problematic word, only it is heavily weighted with what's going on. There's a significance to the evidence. This is just some language. This is a document, investing in maternal, newborn, and child health. And again, the investment is a social impact investment. Stanford Social Innovation Review is talking about development impact bonds for maternal and child health. So essentially, women and unborn children become vehicles for development finance opportunities, all of which involve really detailed data analytics around their health behaviors and compliance. Within this document, investing in maternal, newborn, and child health, they talk about incentives and changing behavior and improving outcomes, that the World Bank is involved in this, and this is a finance opportunity. So this is the space that prior to the ivermectin element, like that Teresa Lowry was part of. So here is her website of her company, Evidence-Based Medicine. Again, MDRC, this is not healthcare related, but financing promising evidence-based programs. Evidence-based has its own underlying language to it. Evidence-based means documentation through data analytics, which is often linked to social impact finance. So in addition to her background in maternal health care, like all of a sudden, she decided in the pandemic to do this meta-analysis of ivermectin. And so she's like one of the key people promoting early treatment with ivermectin, and you can see that at the bottom. One of the key words to understand around, and I didn't realize how important this was, and I will give credit to my friend Steffers from A Piece of Mindful. She brought this to my attention maybe a month or two ago, and I just didn't have the headspace to really process it at the time. But there are huge issues around early treatment. And there are huge issues around this idea of repurposing drugs, and the repurposing drug space being made for impact investing, which has huge implications. If you imagine, if you're in the resistance space, and you're following in line with like that there are going to be perpetual pandemics that need to be treated, that there is going to be ongoing biosurveillance linked to AI collection of data analytics that I think will start to undermine random control trials and start to emphasize just new kinds of studies, preemptive studies with AI analytics to reuse random drugs for other public health threats that may be totally created in quantum computing modes, and that this repurposing of drugs is linked to pay for success finance. So then essentially this idea that you're going to reuse drugs in new and exciting ways starts to feed these finance markets, which means we never get out from under the managing your virome from the next possible public health threat as identified by the master computer out there. But the finance piece is central. And that, again, that's something that I think I really try to bring to the space in ways other people aren't, is the impact investing. But I will credit Steffers for being the first one on this. And it didn't really hit me until I dug into this presentation how important it was. This is from the Fauci book, and I have friends who have been spending a lot more time with it. But they too are very concerned about the early treatment narrative. And again, I would say there's kind of two paths you have to choose. One is the rule by electron microscope, and one is not. And so the rule by electron microscope is the one that leans into the germ theory. And then the one that is not rule by electron microscope is more the terrain theory or environmental toxicity. And if you follow down the road of rule by electron microscope, that means like, oh, well, this one wasn't a bioweapon, but the next one might be a bioweapon, right? So we need to like have all of our biosensors lined up because the next one could be the big one, right? It's always like it's the threat of, nuclear weapons, right? Like not this one, but next one. Like we always have to be aware of the next oncoming threat. And that's going to be a very bad choice to live under the threat of electron microscope. But if you imagine that there are an indefinite number of public health threats out there that could be managed through early treatment, I would say if you read this quote, then you see the numbers, the very specific numbers in there. For me, when I'm reading it with my impact investing eyes, I'm saying, oh my goodness, once you understand looking at life on a data dashboard and applying finance and money to life and hospitalizations, and then to frame it as cost savings, that's your giant cost offset. That is your giant cost offset. And so in many respects, I think if you revisit the VAERS databases and the harms of the vaccination harms, that's building up this giant cost offset for future uses of future public health threats in repurposed drugs tied to pay for success. So Pierre Corey, this is from the Fauci book. He testified that ivermectin could reduce hospitalizations by almost 90% and deaths by 75%. And it mentions Malone in here, and it could have, saved our country $1 trillion in treasure, right? So that's the cost offset. We could have spared the states hundreds of billions of dollars. And once you put the impact investing lenses on and you look at that and you understand, you can understand why I don't even follow people on Twitter. And so the only things besides my tweets that I see are the promoted ads, and they're all about Joe Rogan, right? Why is Joe Rogan the only thing I'm allowed to see in my feeds for the past week and a half? It's because Joe Rogan is pushing repurposed drugs, and it's going to be tied in with the impact investing space and the finance space. And so people have been dragged along into this narrative and to this celebrity culture and to this understanding of what's happening, and they don't realize that the early treatment protocol is really it's your chain, it's your blockchain chain. And, I hate to break it to you because there's I would say, when I say, once you choose the electron microscope version or the non-electron microscope version, if you choose the non-version, you could probably walk away from 85% or more of what's actually out there in the resistant social media space, because it becomes irrelevant. And if you choose to live under the electron microscope, you're just going to live there forever. They're not going to let you out.
Yeah, I just actually read that part, but in a pirate's voice. And saved our country $1 trillion in treasure.
We all have our skill sets, Jason. I appreciate that.
Just throw a little humor in here to mix it up.
Thank you.
I just thought it was funny to use the word treasure. We've got to protect our booty.
So now I'm going to talk a little bit more about pay for success finance. So Teresa Lowry, she's pushing ivermectin. Again, that's the early treatment. She tied in with medicine and formerly consultant to the World Health Organization. So who is she connected with? So the other speaker here is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., right? And so Tess Lowry is in his book quite a bit. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is pushing the early treatment program very heavily in his book. So this is the contents. And again, I still need to work my way through it, but I have friends who have taken 100 pages of notes on it. And I will say if you understand that this is all about weaponized narrative, you know that chapter 1 being called Mismanaging a Pandemic, the title of the first chapter, I think it's very strategic because, again, we're dealing with weaponized narrative. And I think we need to understand that this book, which is, bestseller, right? And I would say anytime you get a bestseller, it's because it actually helps the system of domination. You don't get to have a New York Times bestseller unless you actually are not a problem. If you're advancing the protocol, you can get the bestseller. So these bestseller nature of the book, I think it's important to understand. Mismanaging a pandemic. So that is the framing statement. So, when I put it out on Twitter earlier, I said, so does everybody who bought and read this book buy into the fact that there's a pandemic, a global pandemic? Because I would say at this stage of the Omicron variant, how many people in the resistance really understand what happened as a pandemic? And maybe there are some that still do, but I would say actually that's probably not the majority. I think a majority of people would be like, no, this never should have been called a pandemic, right? But his framing statement isn't that there wasn't a pandemic. The framing statement is that the pandemic was mismanaged. So that sets you up right there for a future of rule by electron microscope, right? Because it's not going to be just one pandemic. It was this pandemic. This one was mismanaged, but the next time we can manage it better. The next pandemic we have, we will manage it the right way, right? We will manage it with the right stuff. He then goes on to have subheads on hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, remdesivir, and like those sections on those drugs and the pushing of early treatment was about 100 pages. And this is the electronic copy, so I don't know that it's the same in the paperback copy, but that of the 818 pages that it showed on the electronic copy, like that's an eighth of the book. That's a substantial amount to lead, because you lead with your most important stuff. And it's a lot of real estate and pages to spend on these two drugs that are repurposed drugs that are ultimately going to be linked in with impact investing, I believe. So that context is really important. So this is from the book itself. Again, it's making the link that Dr. Lowry, who is also a speaker at the Greater Reset 3, is part of it. It acknowledges in the book, I mean, he does acknowledge that she was a consultant for global public health agencies, including the World Health Organization. She's a data researcher, so her background is in data, and that she's focused on repurposed drugs, and that she was inspired, according to the story, and I'm assuming that must be the December 2020 and not 2000, by a video of Pierre Corey's testimony about ivermectin. And then she just piqued her interest, and so she decided to dive into ivermectin. Now, again, her medical background, her expertise, I mean, it's data researcher, so you could just say that she could research any kind of data, but her prior experience was focused primarily on maternal health care, like early, pregnant women. So it's not like she was coming from a virology or immunology background. This is, so then she dove in and did this meta assessment. So she's featured prominently. There's a long exchange in the book about it being mismanaged for not, giving people ivermectin. This is, I think, a really important section, and this is again from the Fauci book, and I'm going to just read it out loud because I think it's important to capture all of it within the context of early treatment and testing protocols. So the strategy from the outset should have been implementing protocols to stop hospitalizations through early treatment of Americans who tested positive for COVID but were still asymptomatic. If we had done that, we could have pushed case fatality rates below those we see with seasonal flu and ended the bottlenecks in our hospitals. We should have rapidly deployed off-the-shelf medications with proven safety records and subjected them to rigorous risk-benefit decision-making. McCullough continues, using repurposed drugs, we could have ended this pandemic by May 2020 and saved 500,000 American lives, but for Dr. Fauci's hard-headed tunnel vision on new vaccines and remdesivir. Pulmonary and critical care specialist Dr. Pierre Corey agrees with McCullough's estimate. The efficacy of some of these drugs as prophylaxis is almost miraculous, plus early intervention in the week after exposure stops viral replication and prevents development of cytokine storm and entrance into the pulmonary phase, says Dr. Corey. We could have stopped the pandemic in its tracks in the spring of 2020. Okay, so I will point out the key features of this. It matters that the virus has not been isolated. Like what we have is an in silico computer-based model replica. Like there is no documentation of the isolation of this virus. So all of the people who are asserting early treatment, I would ask, well, what are you treating? Because my frame and my understanding of this is that we are dealing with a health event that impacts people, but is much more likely that it is related to nanotechnology and environmental toxicity as opposed to viral, because clearly the virus hasn't been isolated. So all of the people who are focused on the treatment protocol, again, they're presuming that it's been isolated, and it hasn't. So the question is, what are you treating? So that's the first break. And there aren't that many people in the terrain theory, the virus hasn't been isolated camp, but it's an important distinction to make because people need to make it. You can't just sample all around. You either have to understand that it hasn't, or you have to just kind of ignore it, which is what most people are doing. So I would say what they are asserting is that the early treatment of Americans who tested positive. So now we know that most people who ostensibly were identified as having COVID were fine. Like the rate of serious problems is relatively small. Like the death rate's very, very low. Like, again, we have the question is, was it actually a pandemic? Was it a pandemic or not? If you are treating people who tested positive but are asymptomatic, you're essentially giving drugs. And again, these are mainstream pharmaceutical drugs by people who ostensibly largely are supposed to be against mainstream Rockefeller medicine. You're giving them drugs before, and they're still asymptomatic. So you're treating people who have no symptoms, okay? So then you're talking about the repurposing of drugs. So that's going to be feeding into the pay for success markets. And then you're saying if you had early intervention the week after exposure, okay, so they're talking about treating people who are asymptomatic and intervening a week after exposure with asymptomatic people, which essentially understands that you will create a biosurveillance protocol in which asymptomatic people will be continually tested for possible exposures, knowing that this is all feeding into the biosurveillance state with wearable technology, so that you can quote unquote treat them with a repurposed drug, even though most people who end up sick with whatever we're calling COVID end up being just fine, right? And so this paragraph, I think, is really central to the entire Fauci book, is understanding what these implications are moving forward. Because from what I have seen is that they're saying this is a mismanaged pandemic, implying that there's future pandemics coming, there's future bioweapons coming. The next time we have to do it right, and we're going to come up with our new ways of doing it, right? But all of this is going to be linked to tracking exposure rates for asymptomatic people, which is the most devious part of the entire biosurveillance regime, is this presumption that asymptomatic transmission, that asymptomatic people are dangerous, and that you would treat people with medical pharmaceutical drugs who have no symptoms, which honestly, if you have told anyone 3 years ago that you would preemptively, you would force test people for some sort of, testing result and then force treat them with pharmaceuticals who had no symptoms of any illness, people would say you were off your rocker, right? And yet here it all is in this paragraph, in this pretty concise little paragraph of where we're going. And yet I don't really see many people, because this is a best-selling book, have really talked about that, which is kind of crazy given how high profile RFK Jr. is and all of the glowing recommendations and assertions in the front of his book saying that this is the most wonderful book ever. So what are these people all thinking? It's hard for me to say, but I'm going to say it. I think it's bogus, and I think it's very dangerous what's being put out here.
That's mind-blowing, because I'm pretty sure the overwhelming majority of people who read his book and actually are critical of what's going on have problems with the testing itself, and particularly with naming people who are asymptomatic as being ill or being spreaders, being carriers.
Right. But I don't think that, and that's the problem with the narratives, is that they're picking and choosing, and that within this propaganda war, they've created celebrities, they've created personalities, they've created cliques, they've created and I have some folks who, I think are very, our minds and hearts work different ways, right? Like, people come at things with a different frame, and I'm pretty analytical, I'm pretty hard-nosed about things, and I do what I do, right? Some people get very emotionally entangled with these people, and then it makes it very hard to logically assess what they're saying. But I would say anyone who looks clearly at this paragraph is that we should be testing asymptomatic people, treating them after exposure, even though they don't have any symptoms of being sick, with repurposed drugs, which we know are mainstream medical pharmaceutical drugs that have their own issues. And we'll talk about some of those later. So I shared this on my YouTube channel within the past month, and I really wanted, it was really good of me to go, I was glad to be able to go back and find it, because this is from Face the Nation. So this is mainstream news. This is April of 2020. And in this clip, essentially, the gentleman featured here is the head, I believe, of the St. Louis Federal Reserve. It's either Kansas City or St. Louis, but I think it's the St. Louis Federal Reserve. And the broadcaster is saying, how are we ever going to get the economy back? How will people ever feel safe? And again, this is April 2020 when there's hardly any tests available for anyone, and everyone is dramatically begging for tests. And he's like, well, we have the tools already. Like, the tools are that we're just going to test people every day. And once we have tools to test people every day, then people will be confident to go back to normal. And so when people say, like, where's the evidence? I would say the Federal Reserve, which, I mean, most of us who are in this resistance movement understand that what this is a global economic transition towards, that's writing the rails of synthetic biology, and with that as an end goal, but it's a fundamentally economic dispossession event, not a public health event. Of course, the Federal Reserve would know what the plan was, that the plan was to have daily testing of asymptomatic people so that they can participate in society. But the thing is, like, by April 2020, nobody was prepared to understand what that meant. I knew what it meant. Like, I knew what was coming at the time. And that he would say this as a representative of the Federal Reserve System on Face the Nation, I think is very significant. But if you're understanding early treatment, the early treatment that they're talking about, which is made very clear in that paragraph, is that it's early treatment of asymptomatic people. Well, how do you do that without the ongoing daily biometric protocol that this guy has planned, right? So there's no way of testing asymptomatic people, especially within this time frame of a week of exposure, unless you're doing daily testing linked to a scalable biometric digital identity system. And like, he knew that at the time. It's just people didn't know enough to know that that's what he was saying. This is from a few weeks ago. Children's Health Defense, again, as Omicron surges. So again, if you're invested in the idea of early treatment and repurposing, and that there is a pandemic, like, you're not going to let go of the idea that, like, this is ever going to be over, right? Like, and so I think the languaging here is really important. Like, why would Children's Health Defense be talking all about Omicron surging? Like, to me, that's fear-mongering language there to, like, condition people towards just, you know, living with the SARS-CoV-2 virus, you know, with whatever it brings, which is going to be these, you know, early treatment protocols. So again, innovative mechanisms to fund, you know, new uses of existing drugs. Sorry, the wind keeps blowing. So new uses of existing drugs, innovative mechanisms to finance it. Imagine that. Imagine that Stanford Social Innovation would be talking about social impact bonds for medicine. You know, like, so, like, we've already got the medicine, so they've rolled through, they've gone generic. Well, how do we recycle them again? Well, we can link them through AI and quantum computing and digital simulations to reuse them for whatever we want to use them for, because, you know, repurpose drugs in early treatment. So there, if you put in, you know, social impact, pay for success, and repurpose drugs at this point, tons of stuff comes up. And again, I credit Steffers with bringing that to my attention. Well, who knows about impact investing, right? Like, this is what this is about. This is about impact investing. Well, Silicon Valley knows a lot about impact investing. Like, the whole impact investing space was developed at Stanford. Tom Steyer is on my radar. He was a number of years ago, because he was, you know, he's a billionaire. He's very much connected to the climate change movement. He was at the Vatican Impact Investing Conference in 2014, the very first one, sponsored by Notre Dame Business School. So within this context, and I'm saying, well, like, how would you draw these connections, right? I think it's important to understand that the world that RFK Jr. lives in is very influential people, very affluent people who know a lot about impact investing. One of them is Tom Steyer. This is an article from Politico in 2015. So this is the year after the Vatican Impact Investing Conference. RFK Jr., senior attorney for the Natural Resources Defense Council, right? Was for years, like 20 plus years. So, and again, senior lead attorney. He wasn't like a small fry in this organization. This is a corporate environmentalist movement. At this conference, they were selected, the Natural Resources Defense Council, to get, you know, one of the allocations of funding. These were the democracy, the climate justice fighters. They're pouring money into the corporate environmentalism, you know, among them, in addition to Steyer, you know, Soros is in that mix too, right? And so this is RFK Jr. is based in California. Like, that is his base where he is at, and that is his world of operations. So like when we're talking about pay for success finance and repurposing drugs and would Children's Health Defense know, my sense is, as someone who was intimately involved in green environmental impact investing spaces, that there's really not a way that he could not know what was coming with impact investing. And again, the climate change is connected to the One Health, because they're going to frame it that because of climate change, now there's crazy viruses running around and we all have to run away and stay in smart cities so that the, whatever animals or whatever don't get a virus and kill us all and we don't kill the animals. And so that's part of the One Health movement, is both managing living systems in nature and managing human systems separately and creating impact markets out of both of them. This is, again, just like the Commonwealth Club. It's interesting because this is conservative, and like, if you go to that source link, this is from 2011, but it's like, you would think he is super progressive, but this is actually a great and important conservative issue too. So, all of this impact investing is bipartisan by nature. But this is underneath is the Tom Steyer, again, who was funding the Natural Resources Defense Council through the Democracy Alliance back in 2015. In 2014, he was one of the panelists at the Vatican Impact Summit. Again, it's sponsored by the Catholic Relief Services in Rome in 2014. That was Notre Dame Business School. So, the panelists were Tom Steyer and also, John Rogers, Chief of Staff and Secretary to the Board of Goldman Sachs. If we understand it within the power dynamics, these are the power players, and it's global in nature. Again, the climate justice element is woven into the public health narrative, and now the repurposed drugs are part of it too, now that I'm looking more closely. And again, I will just say, and I guess there has been some question as to how long Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was a managing partner with Vantage Point Capital Partners, which was one of the largest green environmental, impact investing funds, and that he's been supposedly out of it for some time. And yet this event in Vancouver in February of 2020, Globe 2020, his bio says that he's a partner in the clean tech investment team of Vantage Point Capital. So again, it's hard to say, it's challenging because I had, his legal representation, Mary Holland, telling me he was never an alternative energy advisor, when he was part of Vantage Point when they were early stage investing in Tesla, or he only ever advised them on investing in a surfboard, but it turns out this surfboard ended up being bought out by Lockheed and was used for intelligence operations, not just checking saline in the oceans. He has a long-standing connection to entities that are connected not just in terms of green technology, but also health tech space. Even though it may not be there now, it's hard to say what his other board entanglements are, because people who are prominent have a lot of board entanglements. In fact, I will say in this bio from the Globe 2020 summit, it says that he's also on the board of Napo Pharmaceuticals. And then someone else had brought this to my attention. I apologize for not remember exactly who it was, but that last year, that the Napo EU division was already doing investments in a drug that was connected to COVID long hauler syndrome. Right. So this would be, I wouldn't exactly be a repurposed drug necessarily, but people who have pharmaceutical interests in the fact that this was a pandemic and that it was something that could have a long hauler syndrome and that you could sell your products for. It's not a disinterested party. So again, the Vantage Point Capital Partners, they're investing in a lot of fourth industrial revolution technologies like robotics, healthcare, cloud-based software, consumer technology, advanced network hardware systems. These are all the kinds of things that you might need to have an early testing and treatment protocol system, right? The health IT sector, which is very much that space. And as far as, and I've said it publicly, and I want to go into do a deeper dive before, because I didn't actually have a lot of time to spend on the nature of the corporate environmentalism that he represents. But he has an opportunity to stake his position about impact investing and around corporate environmentalism and around sensor-based network systems and on all of these things and stem back from his past associations, right? But clearly, there's probably a lot of money and social capital riding on those past associations. He hasn't I don't. If he had walked away from all of that, he would have no problem talking about it. And it seems to me from the level of pushback that I've gotten thus far that there's a reticency to actually unpack the intersection between the corporate environmentalist climate change movement and the sustainable development goals and One Health and the public health tech space.
Well, I remember after you and I put that video out where you were questioning some of this stuff that he, they were saying that he was going to put a statement out, or, I'd heard that. So I guess we haven't seen any statement on that front, huh?
No, I mean, I asked for it on Twitter. Like I said, I had, it's very difficult when you have people, I found some email exchanges that I had very unsettling because people were obviously lying to me and trying to manage me. And like, I can appreciate if people have a difference of opinion, but don't lie to me. And don't lie to me with things that are easily proven false. So the reality is that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is managing large swaths of, what constitutes, I guess, a pushback of this movement, has these long-standing ties to impact investing, venture capital, influential partners, corporate environmentalism, and now we're looking at how this interfaces with the repurposed drugs. Okay, so this is something I hadn't spent a lot of time with until yesterday. Again, one of my friends was bringing to my attention because I spend a lot more time on the finance side of things than the health side of things. But in addition to the repurposed drugs, they were talking about the use of SSRIs, like the antidepressants, fluvoxamine, I guess, which have really dangerous side effects, especially for young people and adolescents, in like suicidal ideation and being like connected to addiction on some of this stuff. And so there's an early treatment fund that was being advanced. I guess it was on 60 Minutes, according to this tweet, how this antidepressant is a candidate for early treatment of COVID. And again, we're imagining treating people who may be asymptomatic with drugs that have proven complex, problematic side effects. And then, so why would we be doing all of this, right? Well, here, like, we're already seeing some numbers here, like reduces fatality rates by 75% or more. And like, I would say wherever you see these percentages, these very hard numbers, this is queuing up the impact investing space. And I would say it's very telling that this would show up on the 60 Minutes Twitter feed about pushing an antidepressant for COVID treatment. And again, once you understand this is where it's going with the early treatment protocols, there's not going to be, they're not letting this go. This idea of the pandemic, we're going to be living under the electron microscope rule for all of this. So
I just brought this website up. It's from the FDA, but just so people know what SSRIs are, they're selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and they're used for supposedly antidepressants. But there's been problems with a lot of people actually has exacerbated their depression, and a lot of people have actually committed suicide on them. So there's a lot that's been put out about SSRIs over the years. So
again, I will. Hat tip to Steffers on this, the bottom line, because she was feeding me information earlier this morning as I was like scrambling to get the slides all together. But this is at the bottom of their website, like the fine print is that this fund is actually administered by Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors. Imagine that, right? The Rockefeller Medicine, Rockefeller Impact Investing, which is, again, central to, again, if you're going to manage people within a global biosurveillance state, and you're managing them as human capital, like clearly part of what you're going to do is you're going to manage their well-being, but why would you not manage them as early treatment, pay for success commodities too? So there you go. Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors is behind that. Steve Kirsch created this fund. He has ties, surprise, surprise, to MIT, going back, said that he worked with Vint Cerf, and I think Vint Cerf is a donor to his fund, helped invent the optical mouse, and interestingly, it talks about that he helped bail out the United Way of Santa Clara County, which is in California, which is where all of the pay for success finance deals happened, and United Way is a central player in that. So I think that was a while ago, but that's kind of fascinating. He now has like a donor advised fund in the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, which is like channeling a lot of money into impact investing. One of his earlier programs is called One ID. So again, it was framed as like, hey, you don't need to know lots of passwords. You can just have one password. But really, it's an identity architecture. And I think once you understand the identity architecture element with where things are going in the metaverse and blockchain healthcare records and all of the other stuff, you can see that him, having, being a very wealthy individual with a lot of backing tied to MIT. I think he's endowed like an auditorium at MIT, who has a background in identity architecture, is quite compelling that he would start pushing repurposing drugs for early treatment, because the early treatment clearly is going to require the biosurveillance state. So yeah, so Steve Kirsch had a great review of the book. How to read RFK Jr.'s book in 5 minutes, and he had his own Substack version of that. But of course, it got reposted to the Defender. So Steve Kirsch and RFK Jr. are kind of tight, and they're patting each other on the back about what's coming. Okay. Oh, I think I used this one already before, but again, we're talking about the percentages. I will just say again, this came from the Fauci book. In addition to Corey testifying about ivermectin, you have Robert Malone, who is mentioned in the book as well, and he's sort of in this mix. And clearly, he is an important personality in this. And this was a Twitter. I had gotten a screenshot before his Twitter got taken down, but it was from August of 2021. And it just breaks my heart that people keep thinking he's the hero. Again, don't trust the conversion story. It never works out. He's saying okay, so if we have an accepted protocol for treatment, we need very active surveillance, tracing, and testing. And we need the ability to ideally self-test for SARS-CoV-2 infection, right? So that's you swabbing your nose, every morning before you're allowed to go to work or your kids are allowed to go to school. That's what that biosurveillance state looks like. So this is an image just from this weekend, Defeat the Mandates. It's Pierre Corey at the podium there. But you've got these white-coated doctors behind. You've got Malone. He doesn't have the white coat on, but he's there. And what I keep saying, and on Twitter, and I've gotten some pushback this morning, but I'm guys, optics matter, right? You can't actually go out and fight Rockefeller medicine with the white coats. You're just reaffirming the authority of the mainstream medical system. And what you're saying is oh, well, we respect the authority of the medical establishment, only these are our guys, right? These are the guys that are on our team, not those guys. Those are the wrong guys. And it's the wrong message, because we don't want to actually, I think their signs are all let doctors be doctors. And it is a system where the doctors are really just going to be fronts for the AI moving forward. And the doctors are unwilling, because they've been credentialed into their positions, to acknowledge that that's what's coming with telemedicine and nanobots and all the stuff that they want to have planned. But we need to revisit this whole thing, and having a resistance movement that, one, lifts up the white coats, and two, I would say the whole patriotism thing is its own problem, is something I think people need to grapple with.
It was interesting that he got booted off of Twitter the day before the Joe Rogan interview, which of course created a lot of buzz, and oh, who's this guy who's being banned, who's being censored, and it drew a lot of people to listen to Joe Rogan. And now it's still ongoing. Actually, I know Neil Young is now and Joni Mitchell as well have taken all their stuff off of Spotify to protest, but they're creating this big hubbub about the Joe Rogan thing, and then it all centers around the interview he did with Robert Malone. If you listen to the interview, it's interesting, because at the beginning he's going on and on about the I think he said he's received $1 billion in funding for different research over the years. And I'm well, you don't get that much money if you're not towing the line. It's not, you're not anti-establishment.
Right.
But then he keeps going on, and he repeats it several times about all his friends in the CIA. He's yeah, I'm talking to my friends in the CIA. And I'm wait a minute, red flag, red flag, red flag. and then I go online, and everybody's this is so great. Finally, he's speaking out. And I'm like, did you not like hear like what he said? Like there's definitely should at least raise some concern, you know, but again, I think people are just so desperate to have somebody that has some kind of platform to be, you know, pushing back a little bit, that they're willing to overlook certain things. So it's really incredible.
And they know that about human nature. I think they know how to manipulate people. And celebrity culture is really dangerous, you know, and I'm not saying like I'm here and I'm sharing this stuff. It's in a pretty not super professional way just because I'm a regular person, you know, like, but I'm no celebrity, and like, don't just take my word for it. Like, look at all of the stuff that I'm sharing and come to your own conclusions. But I'm not here, like, I mean, I have my own worldview and I have my own frame in the way I see things, but I'm, you know, just be very cautious about anything. Anyone who has these major platforms has them for a reason.
Absolutely.
So.
Yesterday, you were kicked off Twitter, correct?
True.
We scheduled this in advance. It's just coincidentally that you were kicked off Twitter.
When I started working in the laboratory of Inderverma, which is in the molecular biology and virology labs at the Salk Institute. And this is a place where graduate students normally aren't allowed to go. I've been involved in every major outbreak since AIDS. This is kind of what I do. I've won literally billions of dollars in federal grants and contracts. I'm often brought in by NIH to serve as a study section chair for awarding, you know, $80 to $120 million contracts in vaccines and biodefense. I've got many friends in the intelligence community. So I'm kind of a pretty deep insider in terms of the government. And I was tip of the spear on bringing the Ebola vaccine forward that we now call the Merck Ebola vaccine. I'm the one that got Merck involved. I was deplatformed from LinkedIn many months ago. Steve Kirsch intervened, called up a vice president of LinkedIn. The guy looked into it. Then they reinstated me, and I actually got a very kind letter. This is unprecedented. A personal letter from this vice president apologizing. There's a CIA agent that I've co-published with in the past named Michael Callahan. He was in Wuhan in the fourth quarter of 2019. He called me from Wuhan on January 4th, and he told me, Robert, you got to get your team spun up because we got a problem with this new virus. I worked with him through prior outbreaks.
Yeah. So again, this is just Pierre Corey and talking about like, you know, oh, generic drugs are being suppressed, you know, and so they need these markets to like sell more generic drugs, right? And so again, this is the fluvoxamine, and I think there's some other drug that's out too that's like maybe related to Pepsid, but it has like some connection to graphene oxide, or, I mean, there's just all of these things. And again, how do you have a movement that is ostensibly against allopathic medicine, then just fall back into like, be like, oh, but we can take some other, a whole bunch of random drugs, even though we're not sick. Like the logic doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, we're not sick or anything, but like, why don't we preemptively take a bunch of drugs? Like, no, like that doesn't make you, like, you're just confused. Again, and this is just an article about the harm in antidepressants and the suppression, I think, of the information about the negative health effects of it. And again, I would say, so Steve Kirsch, you know, after the One ID program, then he's surprise, working on open API and banking and smart tokens, right? Like, how shocking is that, right? That he would end up in the financial system. And so like, that's the newest thing, is that this idea of like token is his current venture. And imagine, again, it's your freedom tokens, right? Like, what does your smart toilet say? What does the swab say? Do you have a line? Like, I mean, it's like, you know, imagine these pregnancy test kits, only the line, instead of like something like, oh, you're expecting, it's like, oh, you're allowed to open your front door. But this tokenization is going to like control both your physical, your ability to physically interact with the world through geofencing, and your ability to economically transact in the world through your whatever constitutes this new banking system that's coming through. And I was looking at my email just now, but like while we had that minute away, and someone said that actually, I think that Steve Kirsch was challenging the folks who were like asserting that the virus has not been isolated, to like a challenge, because they need it to exist. Like, they need for their idea of in silico modeling to be legitimated. because it's the in silico modeling with the quantum computing where you can like just collect bunches of fragments and make a fiction a reality. That is what is required to run the biosurveillance state. If that piece falls apart, they got nothing. They've got nothing. And that's why within the resistance movement, I would say it's really unsettling that probably 85% of them have leaned into the, whether they know it or not, the electron microscope model of biological management, because they haven't been willing to go to the point of saying, no, you didn't isolate it. This isn't actually a thing. It's a thing on a computer. It is the metaverse running the real world. It is the metaverse running the real world. So,
well, in that clip you showed earlier about the woman and the data, we love our data. You know, she's talking about the gaming side of it, but also the, you know, our lives being mediated by data and mathematical models. I mean, if we remember, this whole thing started with these models, these computer models, and yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's like you know, a good chunk of it's just utter fiction.
Yeah. I know, it's all on dashboards, tyranny by dashboards. So again, this is actually from an organization, Crowdfunded Cures in New Zealand. And like, we know how harsh things are in New Zealand. And I thought it was really interesting because they're talking about a pay for success model for drugs, to repurpose these off-patent drugs in new ways, but they're linking it directly to blockchain. So leveraging blockchain for public goods funding. So this is like, they're framing it. And I know like in Norway, they've been pushing like digital public goods. And so I think that the impact investing is going to be really closely linked to having some representation of public benefit as a token. And then my question is like having people start to monetize their health data through electronic health records that will underpin these systems. So they will give you a digital identity and you will opt into sharing your health data, and the AI systems will start to use these data to legitimize reuses of drugs or various sorts of things. And but this is the one thing that I thought was pretty interesting, is that they were talking about tokenizing the whole process. And like, I think that increasingly the idea of really the scientific method and these like controlled trials and the amount of time that it takes to actually do a legitimate scientific research investigation, they don't have that, because it's just like with the standardized testing with the kids. They can't make enough money off a once-a-year test. They need it testing all the time, right? They can't make enough money off of a once every 2 years pandemic. Like, they need to be rolling out constant new threats so that they can keep the capitalist like tokenized system running. And so they don't have enough time to do legitimate scientific research. So what they'll do, I think, is they'll move all of it into an AI fictional database system, in silico system, and it will all be a fiction in the metaverse, but they'll be running it in a way that, because it's authenticated by science, we'll have to accept it, right? And they'll make up the threats, and then they'll make them disappear, or they'll massage the numbers to get the data that they want to get their pay for success. And like, who knows, like, God forbid your test says that you have to take some, you know, you're not even sick and you're subjected to some early treatment or some quarantine measure because of it. But I think it's very dangerous to imagine like linking DAOs and tokenization to the repurposed drug stuff, because it will, like, it is going to build into the health blockchain electronic health record data. So civic gaming. So those were the three. So we had the vegan lady, we had Tess Lowry, we had RFK Jr. So this is the last one from the Greater Reset. So this is the gaming guy. All right. So we talked last time again about is it Brandon Wallace with the plan system. So this one is actually like a kookier game, but it's actually kind of relevant in terms of what we're going to talk about later with the World Bank's program for Evoke. So his name is Jordan. So Jordan he is the developer of CivicX. Yeah, Jordan Larson. Okay, CivicX, which is sort of the civic gaming platform. About CivicX. All right, it is an online platform that allows players to engage in media, education, gamified work, events, community development. It provides stories, resources, and tools for easy replication of good ideas in diverse locations around the world. It is a cooperative-based media platform for accessing training, workshops, co-op workspaces, and online team building. And so the question here is a little bit like, all right, you've got a mobile app with educational content, and I think you're going to see moving forward about like serious gaming and blockchain technology and badging and how this sort of works together. But I would say if you've got a good idea, you don't necessarily need to share it around the world. Like, a good idea for one location is not necessarily a great idea for another location, because it's like contextual, right? It's based on your geography, it's based on your climate, it's based on various things. So again, it presumes a certain level of a one world solution sort of answer. And again, gamified working. So it's a combination of a gaming platform and a content consumption platform, which is very much in line with sort of these lifelong learning mobile app systems that I'm going to talk a little bit more about. I guess that's supposed to be a funny picture. There's about 6 or 7 people connected with it. One of them is in New Zealand. Like, I mean, I guess I think he's based in Austin. But they're talking about like building eco villages and digital organization tools for community development. And again, like, I just don't think if you have an eco village, you necessarily need a gamified content creation platform. But that's what this is set up to do. So I believe it is a connection to this civic gaming space. In the last presentation we did, I talked a lot about social impact investing in the gaming space because it was collecting behavioral data. And the Entertainment Software Association was very much into games for impact. Games for Change is another one of these organizations that has been around for over a decade about inspiring youth to explore civic issues, and STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, art, and math, which sounds kind of a lot like, here, go online and learn some stuff on our game through watching our videos. It's a similar type of vibe. This is about a 3-minute video. You can see from the branding on the front, like the opening segment has, a dial with these various icons, but it's all rainbow. So it does feel rather sustainable development goal space. And what they do is they talk about in the beginning, like, enter all of your personal information, like enter where you were born, enter your birth date, enter all your skills so we know all about you. And meanwhile, you can see on the one side, like, there's this genetic DNA base stuff spinning around. It's a little bit strange. So like, some of it is connected to, like, ultimately it's like, here, once we know your skills, we can fit you into the community, and here, watch like our hempcrete video. And I would just say, like, one, like, you don't need it gamified, and 2, why would you share all of your information in that space? And if you just wanted to like share some videos, there's sort of the rainbow element and the avatar builder. And I know that Derrick has said, like, hey, some people find a lot of freedom and liberation in the metaverse. And so who am I to like make any differences? I'm just going to like point this out to folks. But the emphasis on the nature of the avatar building and the energetics, and it's, some of it's sort of astrological and like the level of detail, it's unsettling. And especially when you talk about like building yourself into a community. For me, like, I don't think if you're building a truly legitimate community, you learn people by working together in real space. You don't do it on a game, and you don't do it with badging and that sort of thing. So to me, this seems like a giant amount of data capture, and it's hard to say like how sophisticated it actually is. But I think for the purposes of me talking about like transmedia learning and consumer content, it's relevant to what I'm going to talk about later with the World Bank's game Evoke, and the way in which they pull youth into like feeling empowered by doing project-based learning, when really it's about badge collection and them learning you.
Welcome, Seeker. Welcome to Civil X, Civilization Explorer. You have entered the Avatar Builder. Please enter your birth date, time of birth, city of birth. Thank you. Your avatar is now being calibrated. Once calibrated, you will be able to review your astrological birth chart, human design, gene keys, Mayan astrology, and more. This in-depth understanding of yourself as a player in the game allows you to pair with other players that need your skills and assets. enter the Civilization Builder. Please enter your skills and passions on the wheel of co-creation. You have selected Infrastructure. You now have access to a vast library of infrastructure and building resources. Select the resource you would like to review. You now have access to materials, instructional videos, photos, and reviews of the building process, instant download of blueprints and plans. You have completed your basic training. You are now being transported to the virtual multiverse. Explore the world around you and learn from others in a virtual and augmented learning environment. Co-create with others and solve large problems through gamified quests. Interactive sharing of environmental data points locally and abroad. Design and build worlds you have only dreamed of. Letting your imagination run wild, you can co-create the world of the future. Combining science and art, merging new technology with ancient wisdom. You may now engage in created realities. New fields of play are continuously added, inspired by living communities worldwide. Virtual gameplay goes live as solutions are proven and can be established in daily life. Networks are built, resources are shared quickly and efficiently. What is tested and proven in the virtual multiverse can now be implemented into your human world.
Serious games are important. We spent a bit of time earlier talking about the Institute for Creative Technologies and Mike Zaida and human engineering and wargaming. The Knight Foundation, which actually their money came from the newspaper publishing business, they work very closely with Niantic on augmented reality and augmented cities. So they're working and this is 2016 that they had started their relationship with Niantic, but boosting civic engagement. And I will say, part of this, the organization that I used to work for had support from Knight Foundation, and we were involved in, I did not ever participate in any of the events, but I heard secondhand that they were about things like metrics for social mixing. These were things that they were asking for. And to me, once you start blending Niantic, which was, the seed funding was from In-Q-Tel, which is the CIA's venture capital arm, and you're talking about monitoring civic behavior, civics for good, and you want to monitor social mixing, that's a lot of data analytics that are being poured into the simulation system. So serious games are a thing. It's actually, I put a link here, the origins of serious games, if people want to read it. I think it's useful information to have to understand where it came from. Serious games were used in management theory, like systems theory, as early as the 1970s by this guy, Clark Abt, ABT Associates. But a lot of the early serious gaming was done as part of Cold War strategy. So again, it's military simulation. Not all of it was on computer, but a lot of it was.
It's actually Clark About. They just abbreviated it. No, I'm kidding. I just think that's a weird last name.
Just it is. It's memorable. And again, that the serious games were used for military strategy, but at the bottom, I just wanted to point out, they were created by computer, that it says all of these computer games were created by scientists to do research in computer science, especially in the artificial intelligence field. And so, and this is like dating to the 50s that they were making these assessments, that it was gaming, chess gaming, but it was towards military intelligence and towards refining artificial intelligence. And so a lot of the learning that was happening in the gaming environments was learning to train the modeling systems and to train the AI, which is important moving forward. The early video games were designed for training during the Cold War. They were for military purposes, and a lot of the computer-based war games, the research, the R&D was around wargaming specifically. So even though like these video games are all supposed to be like fun, there were and they came out of a serious purpose, these serious games, and the games are about like domination, which I talk about a lot. This is from, oh look, the font, it looks so playful. The Playful City Lab at American University. So here they're talking about augmented reality again. This is 2018. They have a lab that they're working with the Pokemon Go and the Knight Foundation, and they make it sound so cute. Cities remix a playful platform to experiment with embedding Pokemon Go and case studies in this. So everything is supposed to seem really fun. And that's what I would say. It like goes back to the little boy on the dirt and the guy saying, well, if they don't know that they're being oppressed, is it a problem? Right? If they don't know is a problem, like just because you know it's a problem, is it a problem for them? And I would say like it's a problem. We should like resist systems of domination, and they want to make us want it, and they want to make the children want it, and play and playfulness is a central part of their strategy. And so this is from the press release of the earlier image. They're talking about Niantic again. When you see Niantic, I think you can substitute the CIA or state intelligence. And it said, by turning city spaces into game boards, we're hoping to bring communities together in entirely new ways. And so I would say, like with Jordan Larson's game, and I'm not saying it's exactly the same thing, but like he's creating an extended reality in his game by like linking content creation and asking you to invest your digital identity in this avatar in this space to create like global community building. In that way, it's like an extended reality. And this way it maybe is extended reality more into physical space, as opposed to his game space is more maybe just purely digital, although he does talk about bringing community together. But I think it's important to think of it in that context, right? Cities as game boards, and that's a lot of what I talk about in the Smart Cities talk I gave in Tucson about the Smart Cities game. The report that they developed with Niantic, it reveals how play can build local ties and reveals some of the networks emerging through play in our neighborhoods. So again, it's about wargaming, it's about AI training, and it's about tracking emergent networks. And so they want to game you so that they can track your networks, and maybe they can know what you're going to do before you even know yourself. And so this report was developed through American University with the Game Lab and their Center for Media and Social Impact. Again, the social impact is being built into all of the digital media space. And this is somewhat in line with what we saw in Michael Zaida's slide share, where he was asking for more professionals in the gaming space, more academic credentialing, and more universities that were bought into the intersection of systems engineering and gamification. And so like there are many, I would say, like probably if you're you live in a city with a university, like you should poke around and look, because there's probably a center for gaming in there somewhere, a center for civic participation and social impact, that those things are all coming together, and they're being expanded much more broadly beyond University of Southern California. Okay, so Ender's Game, I talked about this a little bit already. So the father of the video game, I actually thought that this was quite interesting, Ralph Baer. The modeling, he was given like a lifetime award from the Modeling and Simulation Hall of Fame in 2016 for paving the way for simulation history. And he did this as an employee of, I think it might be Sanders Systems, but it was the predecessor of BAE Systems, so defense contracting. And so again, it's the context matters. In the 1960s, he was trying to figure out how to put video games on television sets, right? Which is already programming. Like we already know there's the programming through the television. So now it's an interactive programming, which is taking it to the next level, coming out of defense simulation systems. So here it says, I think Sanders Associates was the predecessor, and then it became part of the BAE legacy business. But again, Bear was like, hey, there's these TVs. And I'm sure he didn't imagine himself as the dominator of the world, right? At the time, he's like, this is kind of cool. How can I do something else with this television? That's how it starts. It also says he invented Simon, which I love that Simon game, with the pattern recognition, beep, beep, beep. It had the 4 colors and I played that a lot when I was a kid. So he invented, he can't be all bad, right? But so that's what scientists do. They have technologies and how can we use this for stuff? But you can't discount where it's emerging from. And it's emerging from a system of domination as based in militarization. And then ultimately, these systems, these gaming systems are being used to refine the AI. So the simulation industry, it is military. And I've talked about this before. And Joseph Gonzalez, who spent time in both the gaming industry and the military industry, has spoken to how it's a revolving door. I would say as we're moving towards building the metaverse, and I know we talked a little bit about some of the Cesium podcasts about building the open metaverse, or co-hosted with Cesium, that they're trying to build these standards of interoperability, because the metaverse has to be interoperable. There have to be some standards that allow you to move from different parts of the metaverse and for it to remain at least consistent enough that you can get in and out of the different spaces in the metaverse and that it functions the way it's supposed to function. So standardization is very central. And in the simulation industry, those standards are not just going to be standards in the defense space, but they're going to be standards in the entertainment industry space. And that's something that was, established by that connection through the Institute for Creative Technologies in the late 1990s, that those standards were going to be connected. And so the entertainment and the militarization would go hand in hand. I thought this was actually really interesting. The proceedings of the IEEE, the International Electrical Engineers Association or whatever, these people are all over everything. They're part of blockchain, they're part of digital identity, they're part of virtual reality, they do all the stuff. This is a paper from them from 1995. And it's documenting the history of SimNet, which was a DARPA project. And I'm just going to read this out loud because I think if you listen to me reading the tools of warfare that they're using, and instead you substitute tools of narrative warfare, and maybe you can substitute and imagine some of the stuff I was talking about that contributes to cognitive confusion in the beginning, contradictory positions, misdirection, obfuscation, ad hominem, these different things. You could imagine what weaponized narrative warfare looks like, and realizing that within the metaverse, the new form of warfare, which is, as Giordano always talks about, is the mind is the battle space. Those are the weapons. The weapons aren't necessarily just tanks and armor, missiles and planes, but in the mind is battle space, the weaponized narrative and framing. So if you kind of just substitute some of those tools out, but I think what they're talking about, SimNet, which dated from 1983 to 1990, which was an ARPANET project, is about building this metaverse. And so it says the emphasis of SimNet from the outset was on enhancing tactical team performance by providing commanders and troops an opportunity to practice their skills in a dynamic free play environment in which battle outcomes depend on team coordination and individual initiative rather than on scripted scenarios controlled by an instructor. This program demonstrated the feasibility of linking together hundreds or thousands of simulators representing tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, helicopters, fixed-wing aircraft, etc., to create a consistent virtual world in which all participants experience a coherent, logical sequence of events. In this world, the causal connections among these tactical events from the individual crew station to the battalion are clear and easily inspectable. And I know that maybe sounds like a lot, but if you can imagine, I encourage you, if you have the time to read Ender's Game, the central, the core of the story happens in the simulators. It happens in these various kinds of simulators in practice battles, which then eventually end up being real battles, and they don't tell the kids anything has changed. But that is the metaverse, is to create the thousands of simulators that are interoperable and can function in a way where people have free play. right? But even within the free play, you can see that all of the events are clear and easily inspectable. And I think within the metaverse, that ability to inspect, to track the connections and to go back and revisit, because the military wants that to figure out how to optimize their training and for the outcomes they want, that the inspectable nature and the interoperable nature and the ostensible free play nature in the virtual environment is really central to understanding the metaverse. And I know that might be kind of complicated to understand, but the war, the way we imagine war looking, and I'm not saying that it can't happen at all, but that there's a whole new version of warfare that's coming online, and we don't understand it as warfare. And that, again, when we're talking about how problematic could it be to stick kids in a video gaming platform and have them earn some cash, is that people are not yet understanding that that space that we're putting them into is a space of military engagement, of the mind, you know? So again, this is just an image from Ender's Game. This is actually from the IE Spectrum magazine. Again, they're saying that the military is ready for it. This is just talking a little bit more about the Institute for Creative Technologies, and I don't need to spend a lot more time on this, but at this point of the article, I think in 2002, and imagine what it is now, that they employ 180 game developers, filmmakers, artists, and engineer, and half the budget is from the Army. So essentially, the ICT has been involved in creating synthetic people, creating permanent learning agents, creating AI agents that will function in the metaverse in a way that you may not be able to understand that they're actually not real people. This is just Mike Zaida's little sys entry. You can see the defense linking entertainment and defense modeling simulation program, but then he was also involved, that program itself, in, oh gosh, I guess it's later, but it's a personalized learning assistant. But he came out of the Naval Graduate School. So a lot of the ed tech scenario simulations dating back to the mid-90s were connected to the Navy and the Office of Naval Research. This is from his SlideShare again, but many of the challenges that face the movie industry, the game industry, and the Department of Defense are the same. Multiplayer simulations in real time with 3D graphics, networking, low cost, human modeling, and autonomous agents. And I think, Jason, because you've been listening to some of those metaverse podcasts, this is 20 years ago that they had already laid out the groundwork for what they needed to happen. And we're getting very close. I mean, they've gotten close enough that they're willing to put the metaverse into the mainstream media consciousness now.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it, but it's clear to me that it's not what people think it is. People think it's just this VR and it's just going to be gaming, but it's clearly much bigger than that. And a lot of the stuff I've been looking at is actually like what NVIDIA is doing, because they're working on creating the interoperability part. And they're also there's a thing called USD, which is Universal Scene Descriptor, which was created by Pixar. And I'm curious if that relates to these earlier IIE standards that I don't know enough about. Like I'm not versed enough on the tech part of it. So, but I'm just still learning myself. But it's clearly going to play. Some people try to downplay it and be like, oh, this isn't going to catch on or whatever. And it's like, no, this is coming.
This has been a long time in the works.
Yeah. This is a big deal, and it's not what people think it is. It's not just, yes, it's a 3D web that's interoperable, but it's going to be interacting with our education, our healthcare, with policing, with, all these different supposedly public health, which, by the way, just a thought that I thought about, is they always use national security as an excuse for things in the past, and now it seems like public health is replacing national security as the go-to. But anyway, yeah, I'm learning about it, but I'm not quite the expert yet.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, it's not to be dismissible. And again, the interface between the industries, they've been working together for a long time, and it is interoperable. Like, their goal is that, and that's why I'm saying I think they're preparing youth for coding and existing in this metaverse, but it will all have to be defended because it's all subject to hacking and crappy data and a lot of other stuff that it's not all going to hang together. It's not going to be seamless. It's going to be like spackled, with like duct tape. And so there's going to be people building it, and then there's going to be people defending it. And so the cyber security, cyber warfare element is really like what they have to groom the youth to want to do, to agree to do. So to defend the oasis, I guess. It's important to think about later. I'll show the Lego skills gaming systems, these online phone-based systems, which again, the little boy on the dirt hill had that little phone, and that's going to be your personal assistant for lifelong learning. And this is coming out of the Navy, and literally they want to have a module in some sort of communication device, and eventually it just might be embedded in augmented reality in your brain that's going to tell you what to do next. And it's going to be your GPS, and you're not going to necessarily get to decide where you go on the map, but you're going to do that. And so the USC ICT developed this. Also, you see Arizona State there, the Office of Naval Reserve. And it's interesting, you've got this drone kind of thing, but it's like Pixar-ish, right? It's supposed to look cute. Look, it's your lifelong learning program. It's going to give you tutorials. It's going to, tell you what to do. Look, you have a roadmap. You have skills and badges. And once you look at like, here, use this content, demonstrate your compliance, show us what you know. And that's essentially what that gamification thing that Jordan Larson, that Civil X is looking at, is to develop, here, consume this, and then let us figure out where you fit into the community. So, it's not so different. Now, this is a military construct, but this idea of having this all live on a device is being in putting it into a game so that it seems fun is being normalized. And I think that's part of what that Civil X is doing, is normalizing it.
It's a well-known adage that knowledge deteriorates if not used. But it's often hard to know which information and skills will be necessary down the road. The U.S. Navy determined a need for knowledge maintenance between sailors' school learning and assignments. So they enlisted computer scientists, educators, and artists at the USC Institute for Creative Technologies to collaborate with leading universities in order to create PAL, a personal assistant for lifelong learning.
Hi, I'm PAL.
PAL is a personal guide through the next-gen training platform PAL 3. It knows the user's learning record, what they studied, how they performed, and what they need for success on the job. Resources include online content, interactive diagrams, and intelligent tutoring systems. PAL 3 guides sailors through the maze of school to assignment to advancement while keeping them up to date and up to speed with all the rapidly changing knowledge they need to perform their jobs confidently and successfully.
That's what I call a job well done. Later, Gator.
Okay, future of work. What is the future of work? So before this pandemic was announced, this is in like February of 2020, you can see this article. I think this is a BBC article actually. And like, I know what blockchain is about. I know what digital identity and online education skills badging is about. And I see this article. I don't even know how I came across it. And it says, "It's education, the new currency." And this is why we keep talking about, Jason, is trying to talk about money is more like freedom tokens, and we have to unlearn what we imagine currency being, because it's going to be something else in the future. It's going to be these conditional, programmable, tokenized scripts. And that if this goal, everybody keeps saying like, what is the goal? What is the goal? And what I assert is that through biotechnology and AI and quantum computing, that they want to mirror our beingness and our spirits and our souls, not just of humans, but of all life, to crack the code of life and then become the supreme coders of the universe. Our marching orders are to train it how to be human, right? Which is not possible, but that's what it wants to do, to learn us from the inside out. And so all of the education stuff is actually flipped and that we're teaching the AI. So when they talk about us being learners, no, they are learning us, and that is the framing. And so they need to find some way of keeping us as pets or pigeons in a box, as BF Skinner might have, or whatever, while they do that until they're done with us. They get their singularity and they boost off planet and the predator energy goes over the universe or whatever. I don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's how I imagine they think it's going to happen. And so coming up with some sort of universal basic income with a baseline level education consumption model where you get quote unquote paid for your data, right? Like we already know people get paid for their health data. Here, this entity called the Learning Economy, the Learning Economy Foundation, which was featured in February of 2020, is that they want to develop roadmaps for jobs, for this post-job economy, this post-human economy, actually, and that they're going to collect all of this data on these apps and on these mobile devices, and that governments and employers will be willing to pay to get access a dashboard. But I don't think it's going to be exactly like that, but they're going to pay to get access to data. There's going to be some sort of script-based credit in learning. So that is what education being the new currency is about. And the Learning Economy Foundation is central to all of this. And so this is actually, I didn't fully grasp how important this was or how connected this organization was, even though I knew it had ties to the UN in February of 2020. But like the rest of it is going to be sort of fleshing this out. So we talk about the future of work. This is a report that was done by Deloitte, and they're talking about preparing tomorrow's workforce for the fourth industrial revolution. And there's a lot in this report, but to me, this stood out. Like, who understands what the fourth industrial revolution is among the youth and the future of work? Does anybody? And I would say, so 74% of the people either don't really know what they're talking about. And then 26, I guess the achievers know what the fourth industrial revolution is. But I would say even if you ask most adults, they don't know. If you said, what is the future of work? Like they may have some vague idea, but they don't know. And so they're taking advantage of this model to push people into the directions that they want them pushed. This is Richard Baldwin. It is a 2018 talk on globotics, which is a world of remote robotics where people essentially compete for work on blockchain. He's imagining the day that this is after automatic translation of languages, so that you can essentially, based on your blockchain credentials, the AI can choose you for any job anywhere in the world, that it's all gig-based employment. And as we've known, we've shown that clip with Charles Hoskinson of Cardano before, that the metadata collected since you're in preschool will decide if you're in alignment with the government and worthy of having a job, and so that's the future of work. And that's the thing that frustrates me so much when I listen to these World Bank conversations, when I listen to the metaverse conversations. And this guy is influential. Like he's literally, like they're planning, and I've seen reports in the UN where they talk about, we can't wait till the time that there are Mexican landscapers who stay in Mexico and mow lawns with robots in Texas, and that Kenyan housekeepers stay in Kenya and they clean hotel rooms in Norway. Isn't this going to be this amazing future of work? And that's something that's been described in that movie, Sleep Dealer, right? Is like you plug in and you port, and through remote robotics, you do the work. And so no one's telling the little boy on the dirt hill that that's the future that's being planned. And that's the thing, like when I keep saying, like, what are we doing? Are we jerking around here? Like this is being planned out, and it's so much bigger than a public health event. Like literally it's a post-human event that's creating a synthetic world where our humanity is just completely discounted. And for us, it's not going to be great, but I maybe have another, 25 years or so, in the hopper. These little kids, it's their whole life. And so it matters that we say something. So when we listen to Richard Baldwin's clip about the future of work, it's pretty grim. And he talks about it, that once this all goes digital, the physics of digital assets, digital goods, digital skills are so fast that it will, like Moore's law, like we can't even fathom the repercussions at this point. And yet no one's really taking it seriously. I mean, he's giving this TED talk. I mean, clearly has some audience here, but no one, when you talk about the future of work, about blockchain identity in the metaverse, is anyone actually grappling with, like, is this a moral thing to do to a 3-year-old, to set this up for them to have to do this?
Another thing too is, like, they don't talk about, like, I mean, in economics, they talk about, like, you need a certain level of unemployment because it creates more competition. Like if everybody has a job, they have to pay more money for employees and whatever. But like if you have a certain number of people that are vying over the same jobs, then it gives leverage to the corporations to then pay them less or whatever. But what does that mean when you have all these people around the world coming on and competing for jobs to mow somebody's lawn or to do some coding or whatever? Is there going to be an imbalance in terms of the number of people that are looking for work versus the people who actually have work? And I remember there was a thing with Alan Greenspan. I should try to find it because it was really interesting. He was giving a testimony. It was a congressional hearing, and he said yeah, there's too much there's too much employment. We need to bring up the unemployment levels because it meant, I'll have to find it but it was essentially like that there was, companies are having to pay too much money for employees because the balance there.
Well, and I would say too, like my framing on this, and this is why I keep saying like we need a global peace movement against AI, is that like this is making everybody's children compete against every other person's child for scraps, so that the BlackRocks of the world, like the UBS banks of the world, can like continue to extract profit out of misery, right? And so like it's not immigrants that there are a lot of people on the conservative side who keep imagining that immigration is the way it is. And I'm like, no, immigration is going to be some avatar and a remote robot, and whatever maintenance of your physical border isn't going to affect that. And guess what? It's going to suck for their kids too, and our kids. Like we should make it right for all the kids, not because we want our kids to have it better than their kids. Like there's enough in this world if we figured out how to address like the parasitic, like predatory debt finance militarism element of this, that we could all be okay, right? Like that's the conversation I think we should be having, and that if we did that, we could have it in a principled, unified way.
Arbitrage drives globalization. Countries are especially good at making some things and less good at making other things. And globalization is driven by companies exploiting these differences. A critical aspect of this selling elsewhere is that it takes place mostly in physical goods, things we make. There's a very good reason for that. It's easier to ship goods across borders than it is to ship the things that we do across borders, what we economists call services. If you don't work in a factory or farm, you're in the service sector. The reason your job hasn't been globalized yet is because it's hard to ship services across borders. The service provider and the service buyer have to be in the same place at the same time. Digital technology is making it easier for people who sit in one nation to do things in another nation. Imagine we lived in a Star Trek world where workers could teleport from one country to another. A US accountant, for example, costs 5 times more than a Polish accountant. And in a Star Trek world, Polish accountants would teleport into New York City accounting offices in the morning and teleport back home at night. Digital technology is tearing down the barriers to telemigration. Now, up till now, most of this telecommuting has been domestic, but it doesn't take a lot of imagination to realize that this telecommuting will go global. Foreign talent will be a whole lot cheaper. Hundreds of millions of talented, low-cost foreign freelancers who were excluded from telemigrating up till now by poor language skills will soon be speaking good enough English or French, and some of them will be able to do at least some of your job for less. We saw that telemigration is profitable, that telemigration is possible. It's coming faster than most believe. Future globalization will be about things that we do, not just things that we make. And I hope along the way I've managed to raise your level of anxiety a little bit.
So in this engineered economy, and this is going to be run on blockchain and AI, in the US, I think in 2014, Obama passed the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And so this is all about setting up regional workforce pathways. And it was kind of crazy at the time when I was in the education space looking at this, thinking, well, how is this going to work if this region has this 8 economic sectors if you want to move to some other region that doesn't have that sector? And it was before I understood remote robotics and telepresence labor and all of this stuff, but then also that, I mean, it was unimaginable to me, the economic situation that they were going to put in. But I think in Southeastern Pennsylvania, our Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, the top growth jobs are all pay, other than like one or two, under $12 an hour, which you can't live in Philadelphia. You can't raise a family in Philadelphia on like $12, $15 an hour. It's crazy. Like there was like 2 of the 15 jobs paid like $50 and $30, like a manager and accountant. Everybody else was at starvation wages. And this, it's very hard because, again, on the conservative side, there are a lot of people who are like, oh, it's the communists or the socialists. I'm like, no, this is being set up by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I'm pretty sure they're not communist or socialist. Like this was set up by Mark Tucker and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce way back to set up mastery-based education, proficiency-based education, to align apprenticeships so that they could engineer the workforce. And, I would say, like, who thinks it's a good idea to let the people who are at the top making all the money decide what their workforce is going to be, to like use our education system to decide their workforce? Because of course they're always going to get like, program 25% more than they need so they can pay the least wages, which kind of speaks to what you were saying. Like if you give the people at the top with all of the resources the chance to run the system, they're going to run it to their advantage, which means everyone else is disadvantaged, which is what the system is. But it's not a socialist program. It's like embedded within the US government. It's not a Chinese program. It's our program, and it was set up by the US Chamber of Commerce, which again, IBM and all these Exxon that are setting it up are not communist. Like it's not how it works. But this is a global system that is running where it's going to pit every single child and young person against every other single child and young person, which is why we need a unified movement for humanity and children, which is like why you can't like push the stupid child digital labor conversation and pretend it's not a big deal. Derrick, Broze, you can't, because it's central to everything. It's central to everything. So, okay. Regarding Colorado, so one of the central players in all of this space and the future of work is the Markle Foundation, and that's based in Colorado. It's all about automation and industrialization, but cybersecurity is a huge piece of that, right? So they're talking about Rework America is part of it. That's upskilling, reskilling, keeping people on the treadmill, unlock experience-based job progressions to good jobs, which means like stick on our pathway, jump through our hoops, we'll track you. That's coming out of McKinsey, the Atlanta Federal Reserve, and the National Urban League, right? So it's all going to be framed as equity. Just keep jumping through our hoops. We got you. We're watching. You're getting there. And like, every time like the finish line gets pulled back further and further, like it's more equitable, it's more just wait for it. And that's it. But that's like embedded in Colorado. And that's really important, like, as you guys are advancing as like this, digital state blockchain nation, is that the Markle Foundation is a real key player in all of this.
Who is the character in the Peanuts cartoon where he's going to kick the football and every single time she pulls it away?
Oh, Lucy.
That's right.
Learning Economy has one of its bases in Colorado. This woman, Jana Persky, who's the chief of staff at CareerWise. So they're going to set you up on your career pathways to track your skill and upskill for the new economy. She started in 2021, but prior to that, she had been with the Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade, which is interesting, working in opportunity zones, which is, again, where it's going to be targeted for impact investing. But she was part of a strategic initiatives program only for 6 months, really, in 2018, but it included the Blockchain Council. So the Opportunity Zone program was in tandem with the Blockchain Council. And again, the CareerWise Colorado, the people who are pushing it, their funders, right, include people like Michael Bloomberg and the United Way and JP Morgan Chase and the Gates Foundation, and the Walton Family Foundation, right? Because we know that Walmart cares about human capital, right? It's about supply chain management is what it is. And the United Way is central with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in setting up managing the working poor, which is what these blockchain, GPS upskilling, social impact, career pathways to build the metaverse are about. So there you go. So this is Learning Economy. They have 3 different lab spaces now. One is Broward County, which is outside of Miami. One is the whole state of Colorado. Lucky you guys. Whole state with a unified but decentralized, don't worry, Jason, it's decentralized ecosystem for innovation, pilots, research, collaboration on the future of education and work. And this is why I want to emphasize this so much with what Derrick was saying. It's well, how can video games be such a problem? And I'm like, the problem is that games and education and work are all going to start to blend into these really weird mixes where it's here, spend some time on a phone and get some tokens or skills and train the AI, and it's all going to get messed up together. And so it matters now that you say, you can't just be it's just a video game, Allison. What harm could it do? It's it could do a lot of harm because literally they want to live your life in a video game. What I'm saying is that within the construct of this militarized AI telepresence work, that your education and your work and your gaming are all going to start to interface on your phones with your digital identity systems. And they're going to be tracking your human capital against your counterparts, right? Your peers, pretty soon Colorado is going to be competing with Broward County, right? And there's going to be dashboards, and JP Morgan Chase and the Walton Family Foundation are going to be tracking, and the United Way is going to be giving all the kids, data dashboard information because Obama gutted FERPA, student data privacy rights, to give it to community partners. And it's all going to become one muddled mess. And so it really actually matters that people have a firm position on how we treat children, because there's not going to be a clear differentiation between all of these things, between gaming and educational work moving forward and AI profiling. It's going to be all connected. I've been working my way through. I would encourage folks, I have the source link on here. The World Bank has this blockchain for education learning economy model. So they're working with the Learning Economy Foundation. It's not just the UN. You can see the participating organizations, which I have the arrow down by Learning Economy, but it's the Asian Development Bank, Arizona State University, Coinbank, Consensus, the MIT Media Lab, Estonia, the EU, the Gates Foundation, OECD, SAP, Stanford, Telefonica, UNICEF. I mean, this is huge, this thing. And later on, I'm going to talk about Evoke and this sustainable gaming system, gaming environment. But the creation of digital wallets with digital identity and student ownership of data. And again, that ties in with what Derrick keeps asserting about hey, you're a sovereign being. Yeah, they want you sovereign, so you become a commodity as you own your data and you sell your data, and they give you little scrap points and throw you some freedom tokens every once in a while to keep you playing the game. But there are these webinars started in February of 2021, and I guess there's a half dozen of them. I've been making my way through them. They're kind of boring, and I have to say, for the most part, the people who are in there don't seem to fully understand grasp what they're doing. I mean, they're totally sold on hey, if you just had enough data, if you just had granular enough information, you would have the perfect pathway to the perfect job to be super happy and fulfill yourself and fulfill the world. And that's not going to happen. But that's the story that they tell themselves in there. So anyway, I would encourage you that I think this is really important, and to spend some time, if you can, follow the source link and look at these webinars. Early on in this the space, when I was tracking badge-based learning, proficiency-based education, this XAPI technology or tin can API technology, I came across this guy, Michael Hruska, and I think he actually may have ties in Philadelphia. And he was connected with developing tin can API and tracking verification of activities through mobile devices. So before XAPI, Tin Can API, they had SCORM, Shareable Content Object Reference Module. That worked for laptops and things, but it didn't work for phones or tablets or wearable technology. So this XAPI essentially could track you in the spatial web. You can see here, learning ecosystems capitalize on a web of data to enhance learning by placing sensors within learning ecosystems. We have a GPS-like ecosystem. So literally, they're putting you in the web in a motion capture suit, so they can track your activities, right? And they're going to say, hey, as you're interacting in these virtual worlds, or consuming content on YouTube videos. And again, that goes back to Jordan Larson's video game, like, hey, consume this content, earn a badge, do gamified work, that it's all feeding into your GPS. And their story they're telling themselves is like, because we have really good navigation for you, we're just looking out for your best interests. We're going to navigate you to a great spot. Don't worry. And I think if you understand what the World Bank is and what the World Bank does, you know that's not true. So they're living in a story that they tell themselves, and the people who do the World Bank seminars like have the story that they're living in so they can get out of bed every day. And the people who are in their webinars that they can be like, we've got great GPS. We're all going to the top, guys. But that's not how the cyborg avatar capitalism model works. It's just not. So so this goes back to 2016. And this is why I can say I've had a long lead time, that this is all really just clicking together now. And this is a short video, and we'll show this later, and it's really boring. But I would say you might want to watch this a couple times if you haven't seen it already. It's saying we can track this. And essentially it reduces education into a noun, verb, object statement. And the noun is often the source of the data. Like, I did this. And essentially what they want to do is recreate human beings as it's the data, it's this granular data, and you are a set of skills. And so your digital twin is crafted by all the things that you have done, that they have tracked you across the metaverse, through your phone, through the books you checked out at school, through the YouTube videos you watched, through whatever like degrees you actually graduated with, and then you get to this. And then at the end, I would say, yeah, definitely pay attention to Johnny Rogers in the army and like what his progression is, right? Because that's very telling, and you might want to watch it a couple times. Because this is the trajectory, and that you have to understand that the AI feedback loops are using your data, and then they're feeding it back into the GPS system, and they're tweaking your coordinates. So you may think you're going to a certain destination, right? Like, they may have promised you a certain destination, but the feedback loops based on the information you're feeding it as they track you. And at the end, like, that's the tagline, like, we can track it. And you know that augmented reality is the CIA's video game, but it's fun. That BlackRock and the World Bank are running the program with the central banks. The destination isn't going to be the destination you think it is, as much as they want to tell you that learning happens everywhere, and it's all in the panopticon.
Well, Johnny Rogers too, like that just sounds like a 1950s cartoon. I'm Johnny Rogers. Let's go get him. It's like, it's just another great name.
Yeah. Okay, so opportunity youth. We're making progress. Okay, so opportunity youth is an important concept to understand. Again, as I said, they're building the metaverse for the 3 and 4-year-olds or the unborn, the people who are in like Tess Lowry's like prenatal care blockchain baby program. The ones who are building it are going to be the disconnected kids, opportunity use, so ages 16 to 24 who aren't in education and aren't in employment. And I think we have to understand that the past 2 years, largely with the consent of the teachers, of ruining education and making it miserable and ruining all the social aspects of what it's like to learn in community, which the teachers and the unions have totally done. I mean, it's at their doorstep, right? Like I've been telling them this is coming for forever. They've created a disconnect, right? They've created this environment where people might as well be disconnected because the reality of what they have to get up to do to do whatever counts as school now, not that it was ever great, is so abysmal that they're just going to unplug, right? So you're going to have all these disconnected, disaffected people, and then that's your market for pay for success for the opportunity youth, is to reconnect them with the mobile phone device and the proper gaming. They can reconnect into the metaverse and be good digital citizens, and that's the goal. In 2012, this Measure of America, like they created a report about opportunity use. So again, just to restate, 16 to 24 who are disconnected from school or work. Now we know that the last 2 years has been totally about creating that disconnection, right? And so it's not just in the United States, even though I guess this report was the US, it's worldwide. So they're targeting this demographic, I think, to build the metaverse. So who is Measure of America? The Social Science Research Council. Who funds them? There are a lot of funders. I pulled some of them. America's Promise is very much behind evidence-based pay for success finance. Draper Foundation, again, that's Tim Draper. That's like, hey, be in Estonia, become an avatar, join us as a digital citizen. The EU is part of this. This is global. Jobs for the Future. Jobs for the Future is setting all of these pathways out. They've taken millions upon millions upon millions of dollars of Gates Foundation money. Rockefeller Foundation, United Nations, United Way, they're all going to lay out the pathways, and that's the gamification pathways. And I'll just reemphasize that the talk that I gave in Tucson about smart cities and education and the gamification speaks to this in a lot more detail. So what do you need to do pay for success finance? You need to have not public investment. Right? So essentially what they're saying is, here's a labor graph that talks about investing in youth labor. Now, I would question, like as a mom, other than, again, if we had a working global economy and that people had stable jobs, that youth would just really have to work for their own pocket money or entertainment stuff, and that it wouldn't be, for a main source of familial support. And we know that that's not the case. But like the thought that we're going to automate all these jobs and then expect the youth and the elderly to do this work, to me, that makes no sense. If you're going to automate all this stuff, then you don't actually need the children and the old people to do this work, other than that you're making them jump through hoops and get badges. To create the public-private partnerships, that is what Pay for Success runs on, you need the austerity. And so you can see from this graph, this dates from 65 to 2017, the level of federal investment. So essentially, we're just barely above 1967 at this point. We've just evened it out. We've never gone anywhere since 1967. So those are the prime conditions for private investment. And that's going to be work-based, youth employment, companies, corporations combining work and badging and education so that they can cream their employees and groom them and take sort of the best kids out of the system. This is actually an event that happened in Philadelphia in 2018. When I was doing my research into Brazil and impact investing, I was kind of flabbergasted to actually find that this Global Opportunity Youth Program had kids from Brazil coming to Philadelphia. And they were in this co-working space that I remember attending a meeting where I was interrogating our state education commissioner about impact investing, which is crazy. I'm looking at this video going, I recognize that space. It's called The Hive. Surprise, surprise. This co-working space, The Hive. I'm like, I've been there. I've yelled at the guy in there. So, and it's global. They've got kids from all over the world. It's special. These are, teens and young people, and they're brought in. And of course, it's in Philadelphia. It's the Aspen Institute. You can see the logo. It's Prudential. It's Youth Build International, and Youth Build has a big presence here as well. So this is the Opportunity Youth. They're global, of course. All roads lead back to Philadelphia and impact investing. And what I want to say is, like we've talked before about the gaming and the storytelling and the weaponized narrative. And so the storytelling is huge, and they want to groom these change agents to go back to their home countries and sell this idea, right? And this is a report from March of 2021. Again, the Aspen Institute. They're going to advance youth voice. We hear a ton of stuff about advancing youth voice, advancing the youth. The youth are our future. If the youth are our future, but they're generally disconnected from their community, and we just want to have them over here in a little pile so we can groom them and pat them on the back and tell them how to be and reinforce their identity within the construct that we've created. Okay, so the narrative is important. This is part of the report, and they talk about tell your story, heal through your stories, change the public narrative. Like, we're going to really center your experience. And the question is, like, does anyone really think the people in charge of the Aspen Institute, other than maybe the people who have to run this program, care? Really are like going to fundamentally change how they treat the world? Like, they're not going to build cyborg avatar capitalism because the kids say that it hurts them to do living in a virtual world. No, but they're going to go through the motions to try to frame these kids that their story matters, because the idea that they think their story matters is important. So they go through the motions. And again, I just touched on Greta. Again, they want to separate the youth from the community. They want to uplift youth voice. They want to uplift the naivety of youth because they are pawns in this overall system of power. Like, I don't want to say that they're totally have no autonomy, but they don't have the life experience in reality. And so, again, as we talk about consent, youth consent and informed consent and youth work and all of these things, like, it has to be understood within this broader context of global systems of power and domination. Like, you can't expect a teenager to go up against social impact investors and have the level of sophistication to really call out their shit, in my opinion. And the system is built up to reward the people who go along. And it's hard, Prudential Foundation was one of the funders. Again, Prudential was working with social finance on career impact bonds. So they're going to reskill all the people who were put out of work because of COVID. So they're not a disinterested party. They're a funder of Third Sector. Third Sector is the organization that was connected by George Overholzer that essentially laid the foundation work and all the seed projects for Pay for Success Finance. So, that's Prudential. Youth Build was one of the stakeholders at that event. They're working on social impact bonds. There's a social impact bond that was being piloted out from Monterrey in Mexico, again, like targeting Mexico for this. And they want the youth to have work readiness and skills. So it's the skill building, and we're going to talk more about that later. But Youth Build is not a disinterested party. It's about grooming kids for impact investing. One of the programs that participated, and again, you can see that the inaugural Global Opportunity Youth convening in 2018 at the Hive, of course, in Philadelphia. So one of the organizations that was represented is Anudeep and iMerit. Okay, so I've actually had this organization and Radha Basu, their CEO, on my radar for a long time because she's a key person in the impact investing space around machine learning. And they actually are targeting primarily India, but also they have a program in New Orleans, which is again a targeted community in many ways. And so what this organization does is it trains children, it trains young people, I'll say opportunity youth. So it's that late teen, early 20s demographic for digital jobs. It's the digital job building, and they contract with many very wealthy and influential tech companies. And they can do that because they can pay people not that much money to do this work. And what they need is they need a lot of data analytics. Now here it says that their alumna came in, of course, they talked about 3D printed prosthetic hands because that's what's cool. But really what Radha Basu is about data analytics and cleaning up data for autonomous vehicles and machine learning. So iMerit is the organization. Again, Radha Basu started out in call centers and then moved into automation. And this is what I say, they're getting the opportunity youth to build it. Her company is backed by CDC Group. That's not the CDC Centers for Disease Control. It's the UK Global Development Aid Group. Khosla Impact Investing, Omidyar Network, and the Dell Foundation. And we know Dell goes back to Austin. So there's these connections. And I've often wanted to actually do a conversation with Deepti about this dynamic with Radha Basu and the connections between Texas and tech and India. But iMerit, they're growing by leaps and bounds. And they're like, oh, we're growing even more with the pandemic because all of it is about data analytics. So you can see the details for what work they do. It's all about inclusion. They're doing AI, computer vision, image recognition, machine learning, natural language processing. So they'll lift up and they'll talk about sophisticated jobs, but a lot of it is really, I think, sort of digital sweatshop kind of work. And they're working towards this natural language processing, which is what they need to get to the point that they can do this seamless integration, right? And it says the company drives social and economic change by tapping into an under-resourced talent pool and creating digital inclusion. It has over 50% women. So again, it's that UN SDG Goal 5, like the gender equity. So again, you brought my attention to this today a little bit, like the IBM, the cognitive computing and dark data. And this is what I think is really important to understand about interoperable data and data standards is we're moving from a time in which there's all of this noisy data out there that is disconnected to wanting to have interoperable data that they can get these keener insights for machine learning and for the cognitive computing. And so I think really the metaverse and blockchain is about that. But in the meantime, these folks are cleaning up the noisy data and trying to make it useful for uses like, machine learning and autonomous vehicle stuff. And here's Radha Basu. Again, she started out at Hewlett-Packard. She had her whole career there. Then she moved into impact investing. She started Santa Clara University as Gavin Newsom's. He went there. He's an alum of Santa Clara. It's a Jesuit school. They have a social innovation space, and she developed the Frugal Innovation Lab, right? So these people don't even get high-end innovation. They just get the cheap the shoebox version of frugal, right? Innovation. But even with frugal, you can make a ton of money, right? And you can go to the Vatican and you can go to the Vatican Impact Investing Conference. So I think this one was the 2018 conference, not the one Tom Steyer was at, but it's a global program, right? And Hewlett-Packard, again, this is where she came out of. And if you understand what Hewlett-Packard is about, Hewlett-Packard remade nonprofits for impact investing and is tied with biometric surveillance in Gaza and has done a lot of stuff. So that little Hewlett-Packard Chromebook they send home with your kids to do online school has a lot of baggage with it. And a lot of that is about, once they get older, is getting the opportunity youth at the impact as an impact investment to code the metaverse and train the AI. So this is about world skills. And early on, one of the things that really shocked me, and I should put a link to that probably again to Global Education Futures Forum and Pavel Luksha, who is in Russia. He was talking about the future of education, and really his foresight map just lays out exactly what's happening. So I was just following along. He is also connected to the World Skills Institute, the Russian category of it. And he's done an atlas of emerging jobs and new skills. And he's connected with Tom Vander Ark, who's the Gates Foundation guy and EdTech venture capitalist. And so this is his new atlas of emerging skills for the world. And the skills they're talking about are big data analytics, robotics, Internet of Things, big data for agriculture, new communication through visual, gesture, and thought, and activist art. And soft skills. So these are all of the skills that they want to groom the children into. So it's not like the kids' GPS can say I don't want any of those choices. Those choices don't do it for me. Actually, I find those choices problematic. Those are the choices that they're going to steer everyone into. All roads are going to go into these few choices.
Well, the activist art one is kind of interesting because, I don't think of activist art as an industry, it kind of ties the concept of activism with business, which is interesting. Yeah.
Well, it's NFTs, right? It's content creation. It's the narrative storytelling. Someone has to keep telling the story that will make people go along with it. And the more the world doesn't make sense, they're going to be grasping at stories for someone to tell them a story that helps make sense and helps them get up. You know what I mean? And that's what the art and culture community is about. And I have a follow-up that I want to do with you on social prescribing and the co-optation of the arts community, because some of the most hardcore institutions are arts and culture institutions, are the museums, are the theaters, are all of the places. They're the ones who are demanding, show me your papers, to access arts and culture. And it's because they got taken over by the impact investors and they're held hostage now.
Yeah.
And maybe they've convinced themselves that that's okay. So this is just Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act again, this is a managed workforce, but again, it's not a Chinese communist managed workforce. It's a U.S. Chamber of Commerce managed workforce to benefit the ones who are already in charge of the economy. And that the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act is intrinsically linked with pay for success finance and results-based financing, which is going to be about training your human capital to do what you want it to do based on this GPS system on blockchain. And this is just ours, like the Philadelphia Works, the Workforce Innovation. You know, I told you before, the jobs are crappy that they're going to give people. You're not going to be able to live on them. It's going to they're going to have to interface with UBI or some sort of supportive housing or wraparound services, because people simply won't be able to live on the wages that are offered. But where it says they're an integrated workforce system to meet the needs of businesses and job seekers, that's what they're trying to tell you with the blockchain GPS. But integrated workforce simply means we're going to slot you in there at the cheapest price. And the Federal Reserve System, at least in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Federal Reserve has been hand in hand with that planning out the workforce. And a lot of it has to do with infrastructure for metaverse and telecommunication installation and stuff like that. And I guess the thing that just makes me the most mad on all of this, of the future of work, is that nobody tells you this moonshot goal project, right? There's this little arrow of I don't know, I guess that's actually medicine. I thought it was a factory, but now that I realize it, it's like a hospital factory with machines on the people in the hospital beds, which is crazy. But this is the future of work that they're imagining with your Go Anywhere cybernetic avatar. And that's the future of work that they want to imagine for people, and nobody knows it. I guess you kind of do, but they're trying to convince people that this is normal and okay. And you could maybe convince a 4-year-old it's okay. You could maybe convince an 11-year-old. I don't know. It depends on how much you can corrupt their mind and limit their access to the real world. But this is, again, why the stuff that we're saying about digital child labor matters, because the future of work goes to this. And I know, again, Derrick might frame his scenario out oh, I'm not doing this version. I have this tiny slice over here that's not that. But what I would say, it is a web. It is a comprehensive, decentralized web. And while you may feel like you're over in a corner that you can control somehow, you're never going to run away from all of this. And then what is our obligation to all of the people who can't, right? What is our reckoning? If this is the reckoning moment and we know this is coming, do we stay silent? Knowing that the people it's going to affect most have no voice right now.
That last segment, augmented body, cognition and perception for a fulfilling life. I mean, that's just, that's just chilling.
I know, and I keep saying, I'm I don't want to have to talk about this stuff. I don't want people to have thought this stuff up, but for whatever reason I have, and I have to, so. Okay, we're getting there, Jason. It may be 5 hours, but I promise it won't be more.
Just 300 more slides. Stick with us, guys. We're pulling an all-nighter here.
Skills. I hate skills. Skills is one of my least favorite words. We can just 21st century skills. Where did this come from? Again, this is where my education stuff comes back to haunt me. I was dealing with this skill stuff for a long time. The Partnership for 21st Century Skills, like it goes back about 20 years, right? Founded in 2001. P21 is this organization that catalyzes education to work with business to ensure, this new future. And at the time, nobody really understood that that was cyborg avatar capitalism. This is just from the California Department of Education website, but it does sort of lay out the timing. So 2001. And then what are the skills? What are 21st century skills? Well, if you understand that education is about the AI learning you, they really want the soft skills, like this sort of BS that, you need to learn to talk to people so you can collaborate. No, they really want you on a device so that they can learn how to be human. So they're talking about collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. And it's really creepy later when they start talking about like how they use psychometrics to try to track creativity. That's in some of these World Bank assessment elements, is like how they use gamification to identify creativity. But citizenship, character, compassion, civics, life and career, all of these things, like that's what they want to capture in the game. One of the key people here, and just so you know that it's not just the United States, this is global. I entered this in Little Sis like a number of years back, and like when I keep thinking about digital serfdom, I keep thinking about this organization because I think it actually dates to the late 19th century, the City and Guilds Group, and it's skills training. And I think part of what's so hard about this is that because of the cost of higher education and because of the glamorization of like higher education, there's been like a preparing the way for the past 5 to 10 years for career and technical education to say like, not everybody has to go to college. Like vocational training is super great. I can't remember like, what's the dirty jobs guy? Like dirty jobs are great and whatever. And I'm not saying that they're not, but like this was done in a very intentional way so that people imagine that the future of skills is like hands-on work. Like that when you do career and technical education, that means that you're going to go to a automotive, like you're going to have a school district that has an automotive area and you're going to learn how to be a mechanic or whatever. And it's not that, like that's not, and it's misleading how they represent it to people. Like the new futures of technical education is going to be in a virtual reality headset, and it's going to be that way because they need to get the data with fidelity and they don't actually want you to do the job. So the City and Guilds Group goes back to the late 19th century. This guy, Simon Bartley, is with the World Skills. He was on their executive committee for a long time. And you can see how it connects with open badges and digital me, which is the digital identity. So this is in the UK, and Credly, which is all of the online badging. Again, there's Simon Bartley. He's the president of World Skills. World Skills, they have a lot of different divisions. They have these online competitions. World Skills Europe, World Skills London. He's like gone through the whole track. This is a website from the World Skills page. They have annual competitions for skill building, and you can see the global premium partners include Samsung, right? So we went out to Samsung, right? So these are the people building the semiconductor chips and the metaverse. Like this is where this goes. This is South Korea. This is the metaverse, and you're building your skills, but your skills are to live in the metaverse as a cyborg. In the US, so the OECD, again, this is global. This was developed by this guy, Charles Fidel. He is connected to Harvard. They're redesigning curriculum for these 21st century skills. How can you prepare them for a global economy? And again, they know that the global economy means gig work given out by AI based on your social credit rating and your metadata from pre-K. They know that. And Cisco is like the sponsor. This dates back to 2008. Like, who else are some of these members of these Partnership for 21st Century Skills? No huge surprise, right? It's technology companies, the NEA, the National Education Association, so that one of the teachers' unions is in there. But, and I've talked a lot about Sesame Street and how problematic Sesame Street is. But you've got Hewlett-Packard, you've got AT&T, you've got Apple, you've got Dell, you've got Verizon, Cisco, cable in the classroom. You talked about getting the TVs in the classroom. Well, that's broadband. Eventually that's Wi-Fi. This is 2008, remember, so it's not quite as far along. But all of this is about getting education digital so that you can measure it, so that you can condition kids for this new version. Pearson Learning is in there, Oracle, Microsoft. One of the ones I will point out later is Lego. Lego is a huge problem in this space. And moving forward, this is a week for school choice week. And what we have to know is that they're going to push these digital vouchers on blockchain. And then so a lot of the online education modules and kit-based toy companies and learning kit companies like Legos and Lego Robotics will start to move into this space as soon as there are digital vouchers to be like, hey, you can buy a Lego kit and earn a badge, right? Take a picture of it, do a video, connect it online to this computer coding system. And that is what Lego is doing. So these Lego robotics leagues that have been setting up the battle space with militarized soldiers with all of their after school programs for robotics is now going to move into like home-based at your kitchen table. And I will point out KnowledgeWorks is a central player in this as well. So who is leading the Partnership for 21st Century Skills? It's this guy, his name is Ken Kay. Ken Kay was actually the director of something called the Computer Systems Policy Project, which was a lobbying group for technology companies. It was a very select group at the time. This is in like the early 2000s, the most elite technology companies. And he was a very key player in that space. And then he was a lobbyist for the Podesta Group. And then he was connected in with we're moving towards stuff like project-based learning. He was on the board of the Buck Institute. And once you understand that the wearable technology and the video game capture and the digital badging can be connected through the project-based learning, it all starts to make more sense. Like back in 2015, when I was first learning about this, I didn't understand about the impact data verification and how it could happen with projects through video technology and other things on blockchain, but that's pretty clearly moving forward. North Dakota, he was a presenter at this education summit, proficiency-based education, and it turns out Learning Economy is working with the state of North Dakota to do the first mastery transcript program. So like in the state of North Dakota, the governor was former Microsoft guy, Doug Burgum. He sold his accounting company to Microsoft and he got really rich. And in North Dakota, they were saying that the model was that they didn't want high school juniors or seniors to even be in school. They should all be out doing work-based learning what like they didn't want to do. But at the same time, they said that they needed things like high level physics. Now, what high school kid in North Dakota is going to go to some random work-based learning project and learn physics? Like it's not going to happen. Like there's a lot of disconnects, but Ken Kay is very central. Eventually he stepped back from the Partnership for 21st Century Learning. It blended with something called Ed Leader 21, and actually it was affiliated later with Battelle, which is a defense contractor, right? And so this was the thing I started to realize is that Battelle was also funding, I believe, Playworks, and that they were doing character building and they were tracking all of the soft skills data. And it was all being fed into sort of the defense technology space. There's a link if people want to look it up. Digital Promise, so digital education has been in there, Karen Cater for a long time. Stefan Turnipseed, which is a kind of a crazy last name. He was the chief strategy officer for this Pitsco Education, which I think was in Kansas City, which was a robot kit company. But then it turns out that after that, he was for years the lead strategic global strategic partnerships guy for Lego North America. So he was setting things up with Lego. This whole time he was connected with the Partnership for 21st Century Skill Building. And then Fidel, like he was the one who had written the thing about skills building in the OECD, pushing mastery transcripts. So that's a transcript of all your skills. He was part of a project called Machine and Human Learning. So this collaborative learning, like we're learning, but it's really the machine learning us. And the Center for Curriculum Redesign, which is essentially about remaking what education is for the 21st century. And a lot of that he did as a visiting scholar at Harvard Graduate School of Education, which is at the center of a lot of this. And he was the global lead for Cisco Systems Global Education for like 12 years too. So it's all about, letting technology take over our children. Like that's what it's about. And it's about the human capital and it's about the machine learning. So this is the thing about Pavel Leksha, like he's the skills guy. This is from one of his slide shares. He's talking about current trends. This is from 2010. Even in 2010, he's talking about the totality of digital reality blurring online and offline worlds and the transformations of social reality, meaning that we have social innovation and social superstructures. Like we don't really even know what our society is anymore. And that they're transforming roles of corporations, governments, and communities, meaning like to me that just blends it all together. Like, welcome to your mega blockchain overlord, DAO, kind of thing. So this is the thing about Lego that I wanted to point out that was really upsetting to me, is that Learning Economy Foundation that's connected with the World Bank, this blog post was from December 21st, 2021, so not that long ago. And I guess it's actually on the Lego Foundation website now that I think about it, that they've partnered with Learning Economy. And again, they go way back to with MIT Media Lab, funding MIT Media Lab from the very beginning, developing a wallet, a digital wallet for children to store their digital records of their learning. And again, you see self-sovereign. So this sovereignty discussion, this use of sovereignty language is a real problem. That children will be self-sovereign educational credentialing systems in miniature. I guess that's a minifig, right? Your minifig education system, right? So this Super Skills app, which is a mobile phone-based app, and they're pitching it with this digital wallet. And they're talking about this strong branding, that Lego is the 7th strongest brand in the world. So this is all done with very clear intention. That gamified learning apps where you track your achievements in a digital wallet is something that is going to be normalized. And that the Lego Foundation there, you can see this is just a tweet, but it is they work with UNICEF, and it's connected to, you can see SDG 4, United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4 is education. And most of that is happening through digital learning. And this is from a Google Groups, but this is the guy who's like beta testing it. And this is from January 12th. And they're talking, he's saying that, he's working with Learning Economy and Lego to have this app to foster holistic skills, right? Because nothing says education like a little boy sitting on a dirt pile playing with a phone, right? They just want it holistic, meaning they want everything. And they're targeting children 6 to 12. And then they've got these gamified apps. So it talks about, and they're interested in finding content partners, right? Creative content partners, right? And so, hey, if you're interested, like email this, C Reynolds at whatever to figure it out, because they're super excited about creating their Lego digital wallet to track 6-year-olds. And this is the game, right? So welcome to your future of education, the future of work, the future skills, Super Skillsville. Like they can't actually come up with a better title than Super Skillsville. And they've got this idea already of pathways, right? Your GPS. We've got the pathway, you follow the path. You find the treasure, you do this. Like here is your book of adventures, choose. But the only choices you have are the choices we've already programmed into the system. And I would say, so the first two are gamification. And again, this gets back to like, well, why would it be a problem for kids to get paid by doing video games for things they like? Well, because it feeds into the Lego Foundation Human Capital Digital Economy, Human Capital Finance metaverse program. But the last one, I will just say this third image is paper airplanes, earn physical skill resources, right? I don't even know what that means, you're earning resources, but learn how to build a paper plane. So there's clearly a video. It looks like, well, I don't know exactly how long this video is. It says it's a 30 to 60 minute time frame for one player. So you're not supposed to actually do it with anyone. Ages 2 to 6. So on this one, like you could be 2 years old and they're giving you a badge. It's crazy. Like it's insanity. And yeah, it's truly happening, right? Why am I like the only one who sees this and realizes it's a problem? But like, since it's a video, like how would you earn the skill? Like there's probably some content you absorb in that course of 30 to 60 minutes and then you demonstrate it, right? Like you've got a phone and you'll have to take a video or something to earn the badge to get it in your digital locker. So yeah, Super Skillsville. Welcome to your future education, teachers, because it's all your fault for going along. I'm so mad at you right now.
Well, I'm just interested in the treasure chest. That's all I want is the treasure.
Trillions in treasure. We're saving them trillions in treasures. If the children could just navigate Super Skillsville, we'll never have a public health crisis again.
Is this a live thing now? Like this is actually a live thing, right?
I mean, it says it's in beta, so that was this month. I mean,
I just would be interesting if we could get access to it and we could actually run through it, like, and do a show where we run through it, and it would.
But
be
you could try to like email. I sent a mean tweet to the guy who wrote it up for Learning Economy, so he probably won't respond to me. But maybe you could do it.
Yeah,
you could be like, "Hey, I'm in Colorado. I'd love to know more about it."
I want to put my 2-year-old on this. Can you help me out here?
My 2-year-old is like a super skilled kid in airplane design.
Jesus.
Yeah. I know, right? Unbelievable. And so this is the other piece. I think I actually couldn't find the original paper, but some of this, because again, I got into this space fighting standardized testing and the use of the data from standardized testing to close public schools. And so within this space, like I never quite understood how quickly it was going to pivot to project-based learning in the panopticon with wearable video technology for impact metrics in gamified stuff, but it did. And the MacArthur Foundation is one of the central players in digital media learning, and they had been pushing stealth assessment, like stealth assessments through gaming to be like, oh, the kids won't be so stressed out because like they won't know when they're being tested or when it really counts. As opposed to like, you're going to stress them all the time to teach them education is just being in a digital panopticon. But I couldn't find the paper, the MacArthur Foundation paper that they funded. I think it actually was published through the MIT Media Lab. They have like a whole series of digital media and learning papers. But this is by a guy, Richard Landers from the University of Minnesota, and it's an introduction to game-based assessment, measuring knowledge, skills, ability, and other human characteristics using behaviors observed in games. And so again, like just think back to that digital gaming Skillsville thing with Lego. What psychometric data are they capturing? And I will even say, like within one of the World Bank video games that we talked about, like there was a woman from ETS, Educational Testing Service, who was like, you know, sometimes it's wrong. Sometimes the way we set up the games aren't measuring the thing we measure. Like sometimes there are problems like setting up these blockchain identity badges where everything is permanent. There's problems with, you know, we should be very careful. Like I have to give her credit. Like granted, it's her job and she's done it for 15 years, but she's like, we don't always really know what we're doing when we develop these metrics that they're actually measuring what we think they're measuring. And so now they're really focused on soft skills and psychometrics and behavior so that the AI could slot you into your gig job, right? Potentially that going back to preschool, going back to your Lego game, right? Like beware before you give the kid the Lego wallet. Everything counts. We can track everything. Learning happens everywhere. And, you know, the elf on the shelf is watching, you know, like that's what it feels like. And just because it's a game doesn't make it nice. It doesn't make it nice at all. So anyway, that's part of that. Psychometrics, mastery transcripts, and blockchain Mindfiles. We're still making progress. It gets weirder. Okay, so here's Tom Vander Ark on the left and Pavel Leksha on the right. And, you know, this is a fairly recent episode, 10 months ago. Tom Vander Ark, they were both part of Global Education Futures Forum. They were both pushing competency-based education. You know, Pavel's come out with his new skills atlas and they're all super excited to talk about it. Now, Tom Vander Ark was originally tired. He created the first state level virtual school in Washington State. He was a high-level program officer for the Gates Foundation. He later became a venture capitalist in the ed tech space. Okay, so, and he has this, you know, Getting Smart podcast, and he has his own like venture capital funds, and he's very connected. So he and Pavel are talking skills, the future of skills, right? Skills of Skillville, all right? So the thing about Pavel Leksha that was super creepy, and I didn't really know what to make of it when I first encountered him in like 2015 after seeing this crazy Foresight map, you know, talking about like student genetic passports and like virtual prisons and virtual reality and all this stuff, was that like, this is like, I would encourage you to look at his slide share. This is from 2014 14, and it's called NeuroWeb, Enacting Our Transhumanist Future. So Pavel, who is connected with Skolkovo in Russia, the like Silicon Valley of Russia, and the School of Management and all sorts of things, is also a transhumanist, right? So it's not just about skills, it's about skills towards the singularity. I put the link here on this. This is the Selfish Ledger. I've given a blog post about this recently around like sort of yelling at the Chicago teachers unions for not getting their act together about Google Classroom and like get back to school. But the Selfish Ledger, this is a video that is produced by Google. But essentially the idea is that like the Selfish Ledger is blockchain. And what they're doing is like each person has their own ledger of their life. And over time, the ledger wants to know every single thing about you. And so if there's a bit of data that it doesn't have, it figures out some item that it can use to extract that data based on what it's already in the ledger, and it will 3D print it, and it will figure out what price point you'll pay for it, and then it will mail it to you. So it will get that bit of data until your digital twin is fully fleshed out. And so the Selfish Ledger, like, and their idea is essentially, I think it's a transhumanist concept, and this is, again, it's being asserted by Google Alphabet, is that there will be intergenerational knowledge sharing and mind uploads, that there will be substrate independent minds called Sims, and that those will move forward, and that this is a transhumanist program. And like we're already in some ways building substrate independent minds with our digital footprint, only at this point it's not all interoperable. And what they most want is for it to get interoperable so that messy, noisy, dark data isn't a problem. So it's all tidy. And then eventually they can put out of work all of the opportunity youth in India who are like cleaning up the data, right? They don't need those people. It's all already on blockchain and it's seamless.
When we use contemporary technology, a trail of information is created in the form of data. When analyzed, it describes our actions, decisions, preferences, movement, and relationship. This codified version of who we are becomes ever more complex, developing, changing, and deforming based on our actions. In this regard, this ledger of our data may be considered a Lamarckian epigenome, a constantly evolving representation of who we are. What if the ledger could be given a volition or purpose, rather than simply acting as an historical reference? What if we focused on creating a richer ledger by introducing more sources of information? What if we thought of ourselves not as the owners of this information, but as custodians, transient carriers, or caretakers? Initially, the notion of a goal-oriented ledger may be user-driven. As an organization, Google would be responsible for offering suitable targets for a user's ledger. Whilst the notion of a global good is problematic, topics would likely focus on health or environmental impact to reflect Google's values as an organization. Once the user selects a volition for their ledger, every interaction may be compared to a series of parallel options. If one of these options allows the ledger to move closer to its goal, it will be offered up to the user. Over time, by selecting these options, the user's behavior may be modified and the ledger moves closer to its target. As this line of thinking accelerates and the notion of a goal-driven ledger becomes more palatable, suggestions may be converted not by the user, but by the ledger itself. The ledger could be given a focus, shifting it from a system which not only tracks our behavior, but offers direction towards a desired result.
You know, how are you getting all of these skills? We talked a little bit about career and technical education, about work-based learning. You know, apprenticeships are going to be a huge piece of opportunity youth and disconnected youth, right? Let's get you into an apprenticeship and we'll put you on the pathway. So this is apprenticeship.gov, and they're like saying, of course, like with the pandemic, well, now we'll do it remotely, you know, and I will say, like, I'm really grateful because my kid who did a co-op program in college, like they just finished it, and it was, some of it was remote work, but actually a fair bit of it was in person. But I can't imagine what it would be like to be a young person being groomed to do permanent telepresence work where your apprenticeships are all virtual. But that is what is being normalized here. And it's not just going to be in the opportunity sector. It is connected to K-12 education. And it is, again, linked to Pay for Success finance. You can see JFF, that's Jobs for the Future. So Jobs for the Future in Social Finance, which is Ronald Cohen, which is a human capital finance impact investing, are exploring using Pay for Success in CTE, career technical education, in K-12, right? So they're already looking to push it back, not just for disconnected, but fully into the educational program. Now we know that U.S. Department of Education was part of that learning economy World Bank blockchain participation program. And here you see, this is a competition from 2017 that social finance and jobs for the future were already started. And some of the first pay for success finance seed funding after the Every Student Succeeds Act passed were for job training. So this jobs for the future, like they want project-based learning so that they can get the soft skills data and that they can get the skills badging data to run the impact systems. Again, it's insanity, right? Here we're doing workforce training through virtual reality, right? And it goes back. I mean, it goes back to that cyborg avatar capitalist imagery, which is so cartoonish and crazy. And again, I have to believe this isn't going to work. Like they won't be able to scale it. And then some of this is just smoke and mirrors. But why are we going along? Like, we have to resist this narrative. We have to resist this. This is from November of 2020. And knowing that like the virtual reality is just sucking the biometrics out of your soul while it's going. It's not a one way. It's not just you consuming content. It's consuming you. They want to link the VR to XAPI. We've talked about that before. The badging system, we can track it, the noun, verb, object statements. And those go back. This is the GitHub stuff, but it goes pretty far back. Aaron Silver's, this is 2013, okay? It's the competency model, and this all needs to be standardized. They're moving towards mastery transcripts. Now, they're very sneaky about this because they're doing it with elite private schools so that everyone will demand to have them. It's like, oh, the private schools have them, so we want to have them. 100 Academy, this is an entity, I think it's actually out of Finland, that scores all sorts of ed tech systems, and they're calling, this is the Mastery Transcript Initiative, that they're tracking microcredits. Now that gamification thing with the paper planes, that's called micro learning, and that's part of this personalized learning assistant, the militarized stuff that goes back to the Office of Naval Research. You do a micro learning game, you earn a microcredit, and it's going to signify a block on your transcript. And increasingly, it talks about habits of mind. So they want the social skills, and it's very much about the soft skills data. And I know that there's increasingly a lot of concern around social emotional learning in the schools, but often, unfortunately, in my mind, it's connected to the critical race theory, that people think that it's about grooming people around a certain political outlook, which in my mind, the critical race theory piece is very much about impact investing and using engineering, people of color, people, different language learners or whatever into these impact spaces. But the social emotional learning is very much about getting the soft skills for the AI training is tied to the impact space. And it's frustrating to me somewhat that this habits of mind, that people don't understand it both as part of the financial human capital betting system and then also part of the AI machine learning system.
Well, that's just weird. It's a weird phrasing, habit of mind. Like I'm trying to wrap my mind around what that means. Yeah.
I think it's like creating a groove. So you don't have to think about it anymore. You just do it. And it's engineering. I mean, that's what Norbert Wiener was about from the very beginning. He was about programming the animal and Skinner. So again, I've showed this image before, but I think it's just very useful. Again, who are we trying to take care of? Like that's a preteen kid, right? Being trained to run an Amazon warehouse thing. And they're going to be sold that it's super exciting and disruptive to have this VR headset on, but they're training low wage gig work. And they're doing it that when I say the headset takes the data, these are both from a slide share from JCA Solutions, which is based in Orlando, which is a defense contractor, and much of the simulation industry. There's quite a bit in the Research Triangle area. There's a lot, especially the military defense side in Orlando. And within the VR headset and the haptics, they're capturing all of this data, motion, biometrics, eye focus, audio, heart rate, where you're looking, all of it. And that's all data that's supposed to go into your learning locker if you get the badge. And in this case, the slideshare talks about the competency, the micro skill that you learn is how to pet a dog properly. So they have these steps that you have to show to demonstrate that you know how to properly pet a dog that you don't know. And then if you do all the steps and you submit compliance, again, there's no creativity involved. It's simply like, Can you learn what we demand you know, and will you repeat it exactly the way we say? And it's a military, it's a chain of command. It's not a creative educational, like, can you create your own reality? Can you come up with other ideas? It's, will you comply to this? And then all of that metadata, as Charles Hoskinson says, like, we're aligned with the government and we know if you're worthy of having a job. This is the American Council on Education. This is a fairly recent document, I think. It's connected impact, so it's unlocking educational workforce through the blockchain, right? So the blockchain is the key piece of the interoperability. I find it's kind of creepy that the woman's like got the projection on her brain, like her brain is just interfaced and she's super professional. Of course, it's a woman of color because that's part of the impact investing space. Everything needs to be on blockchain. There's a clip from Institute for the Future. They have this video, Learning is Earning, which is all about blockchain and getting paid to learn and getting paid for skills acquisition. And there's a smaller video with this woman called Olive, and she's sitting in a cafe trying to decide about which new courses she's going to take, if she's taking virtual reality programming or Chinese, and that all of it will be put on blockchain. And she's weighing the thing because, like, once she signs up for the course, someone will invest in her. And then assuming she gets work, then that her wages will be garnished moving forward through an income sharing agreement. And this is something that has already been advanced through Purdue Baca-Boiler's system. And this is all going to run on blockchain. And literally Arizona State University and Global Silicon Valley, like, they've had panel discussions about this where they have an online securitization platform called Edley, where they're going to securitize the income sharing agreements. And again, I mentioned a little bit earlier about the state of New Jersey and that they were involved in career impact bonds with social finance, and that they were having people not only finance their reskilling, because it's not just college kids now, it could be middle-aged people who've been locked down out of their jobs, that they would be financing through income sharing agreements, not only their tuition, but also all their social services. So like you would have to like self-finance your childcare, like while you were doing the reskilling. And my big concern is that all of this is going to be baked into welfare to work. So if you need public assistance, you're going to be forced into these income sharing agreements. And so this Olive video talks about that. It talks about how the blockchain runs it. So not only is the blockchain storing all of your skill credentials and transcripts, it's also running the finance. And then Christopher Riccardi with Edley is they're going to securitize it all. And that's part of the, the new global game.
So you're logged into the ledger right now. Tell us what you're doing.
So I'm thinking about taking some courses to boost my ledger profile. Mandarin or virtual reality programming, I'm kind of torn. I can make a lot more money doing VR programming, but it's going to cost me a lot more to get my skills up to the level where people are going to hire me. On the other hand, there are a lot of Mandarin translating gigs, even at my current level. And EduBlocks are cheap enough that I could pay for them myself. But I don't even know if it's worth it. The jobs don't pay that much, and honestly, virtual reality is my passion. So right now, I'm looking at investor offers. So here, you have someone who's willing to pay people like me to take a VR programming intensive course. The deal is, I have to give up 10% of my income for any VR programming that I log into the ledger for the next 5 years. What do you think? Should I do it?
So it gets worse. So like, as you know, like we're gonna head out to Salt Lake City in a bit and check out the Mormon Transhumanist Association is centering decentralization and blockchain for their annual conference. So part of this is this woman, Melanie Swan. And when I talk about substrate independent minds or SIMs, is literally like with the selfish ledger that they want to create mind files. And, she talks about these digital mind files or decentralized autonomous corporations or organizations, like literally your mind just becomes its own corporation. And isn't it great that children are sovereign because they can just be incorporated and like just sell themselves through income sharing agreements on the market for tokens while they're turned into mind files to upload for consciousness, right? But literally this is this concept, and she is very connected. She has a very long publication record where she's talking about here, what does it say? The next stage is enabling the digital U file, initially for guided operations and with expanding levels of approved autonomy. Great. So depending on your Lego digital wallet, you have more autonomy. Digital U files could earn economic sustenance with online projects, construct administrative activities, find information, and have experiences to resync with U prime later. So literally they're talking about your digital twin is like going out and doing stuff and earning money without you being connected to it and then resyncing with you. And like, and I know it seems so fringy, but these people are connected to powerful people. It'd be like digital mind files could just be like any other smart contract running on the blockchain with checks and balances. Come on, it's perfect libertarianism. Mind files, free market mind files. We could make some money on that, I'm sure, with friendly AI. And the crazy thing is, like, I actually had this exchange with someone on Twitter. Like, he was trying to figure this stuff out, and he was like a co-founder of minds.com. And when I looked up what minds.com was, it was literally a blockchain social media platform, like a blockchain internet kind of thing. And I was like, I shared the Melanie Swan stuff, and I'm like, you realize, like, your name of your organization is this, minds.com, your mind as a corporation. It's a mind file. And like, I still don't think they know this. And I just don't understand, like, how do you create this blockchain social media thing called minds.com and no one ever told you about a mind file upload? Like, how does that happen?
It's a mind fuck is what it is. Good Lord.
So this is the conference. We're going to try to, and like Tamika Tilleman, like he's keynoting, right? And he's someone who developed ESG investing and blockchain investing parameters for New America Foundation, which is largely funded by Eric Schmidt, Google Alphabet, like, you know, and how's this happen, right? Like, if it's not, like, this seems to be running out the gate when you have like former high-level State Department officials who are running like global third way think tanks, setting up global impact investing on blockchain, to keynote the Mormon transhumanist thing, which is connected to mastery transcripts, mind files, and brain uploading in the selfish ledger. But that's what it seems to me. So I guess we'll find out. You know, I'm looking into blockchain digital twinning. You know, clearly Melanie Swan already has this on her radar. This is a paper, I think it's fairly recent. I have the link. Yeah, September 2021. So they're doing research trends and future challenges for digital twinning. And again, it's global, right? You've got Estonia, Russia, Australia, UAE, and South Korea. So that covers a lot of territory. I mean, there's nobody from the US, but they're really, like, for the most part, people who are imagining digital twinning, they're like, oh, we're just going to digitally twin engines or cars or smart cities or traffic systems. But like, the end game is the mind file game. And you know, and the ethics of what that is. So again, this is just back to the Lego Foundation and their super skills mobile application. Choose your own adventure. Literally, Jason, they just said the same thing I just said. It's a choose your own adventure game where you earn resources, restore an ancient town and level up while developing foundational skills to be a lifelong learner on the blockchain. So yeah, that's where we're going. Like, that's going fast forward. It's going very quickly. And they're talking about holistic skills. The skills they want are cognitive, creative, social, emotional, and physical. So literally these physical skills, they're going to have like kids with Fitbits and stuff. Like they're training, like this is Ender's Game. Like this really feels like this is an Ender's Game thing. And like, but we need for the people to realize that this is not in our best interest. This GPS for learning is not going anywhere we want to go. So here we've got blockchain, right? It's almost perfect. With their interlocking studs, Lego has long been a go-to analogy for explaining modular architectures and thin layered tech stacks, particularly in the emerging tech space of NFTs and blockchain. So it's almost like this whole blockchain thing goes back to Lego, right? And it's kind of crazy because I remember early on studying Finland, because everyone was like, Finland in education. Everybody wants to be, it was kind of like Sweden in the COVID stuff. In the education space, everybody wanted to be like Finland because Finland was about project-based learning and play. Only I realized that actually Finland was working with Nordefco and the US military on digital badging and skills, and that their play was going to be connected to blockchain early on. And Valamis is the company that was part of that. And they actually, Valamis used the image of Legos in their imagery. And maybe I'll update this slide too so that you can have a picture of it. But this idea of NFTs on blockchain, the other thing that I haven't covered yet is in Lego, they're working with MIT Media Lab on something called Scratch, which is a block coding device, which is teaching kids to be content creators, like digital content creators, creating animations and story, again, narrative storytelling. Tell us your story so we can learn from you with the block coding. But again, the block coding, you can only tell the story with the bits that they give you. You can't tell a story with the bits that they don't give you. It's a choose your own adventure. They've decided what the options are. You can reorganize them. You can remix, and they encourage that. They have an online global community of kids who interact with it, which is, again, feeding the digital simulation. But I feel like Lego with Scratch, because they've got this interface somehow between Wi-Fi that connects with the coding, and they use a smart module on the Lego device, like for little robots. It's all blockchain. It's all like this very grotesque counterfeit virtualization of life that is fake. It's fake life. It's not real life. So, but anyway, the Lego goes back, NFTs and blockchain and content creation. Of course, it's all about evidence. So they're going to make you, record it on video so they could put it in your locker. And literally, this is what they call it: as the child trains useful skills, they are also equipping themselves with provable credentials for these skills, which can then be presented or exchanged digitally at a later time. So they're training children. They're not educating the children. They're training them for compliance, and they're giving them provable credentials in their Lego locker so that you can, I guess, upgrade to the adult version. This is NTNT. Digital twinning. Again, I would encourage you to click this link, the source link to the NTNT document, which was last year, about using your twin to manipulate you. And here they're actually acknowledging the ethics. They're saying, like, what are the ethical issues in changing or controlling the physical and psychological status of a human in the real world by manipulating the twin, right? So that's like literally straight up. This is Nippon Telegraph and Telephone working with Japan Science and Technology Agency's Moonshot project, which has the involvement of the National Science Foundation of the United States and the United States Department of Energy to build cyborg avatar capitalism. And they're already conjecturing this. And so I'm just trying to make this sense of like micro-credentials, mastery transcripts, stackable skills, bit by bit, the selfish ledger, the digital twin, and then using your twin to run you backwards. It's really messed up.
Well, that's interesting that they even put that in there. Like, what are the ethical considerations here? Okay, moving on.
Like, well, we have to tell them exactly. 4.32. So this is the World Bank. So like, think about Jordan Larson. Like, think about this like virtual transmedia learning gaming. The World Bank Evoke. So they started this in 2010. This is part of these webinars. This was from the December 17th, 2020. This guy is with the World Bank, and he's looking at the game mechanics. So they've started this transmedia learning video game for sustainability, all tied to impact investing and sort of like serious games, game changing in 2010. The World Bank gives Institute for the Future $500,000 to start a graphic novel and a video combination to consume this content. Then by 2020, they've revisited it several times, and they're doing a pilot program in Colombia, the country in South America, tied to blockchain, where young college students do quests tied to the sustainability, smart city sustainability program. And if they do them successfully with an 80% passing score rate, they can earn tokens on blockchain that will get them cell phone points. And this is all tied with donors, right? So this isn't government funded. This is all tied. This is your free market libertarianism on steroids tied with the World Bank that's coming. Jane McGonigal was with Institute for the Future. She developed the game. She's kind of a creepy lady. An Institute for the Future is a RAND spinoff from the 60s. It's in the Bay Area. It's there to like set all of this up. But she's talking about, this is from the World Bank seminar, and talking about all the different elements, considerations, and that this game is about smart cities infrastructure. But these are elements that are in the foresight. She's a foresight person. So she's talking about automation of work, facial recognition and surveillance, virtual reality, blockchain, lifelong reskilling, universal basic income, cryptocurrencies, IoT, current pandemic and post-pandemic trauma. These are all the things that the futurists in Silicon Valley are prepping us for. Okay, homeschooling and unschooling. This is central to the school choice stuff in the Lego digital ID kit. We can keep going.
Computational disinformation, bots and deepfakes.
Oh yeah,
That's interesting.
Yeah. They were already planning the disinformation stuff, combating disinformation way back, because they need the youth to make sure us oldsters aren't disinforming them.
Right. Or Russia.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting though. So this is let's see, this is a tweet. They're just talking about reimagining education. Again, gamification of 21st century skills. So this gamification goes back at least 20 years with Ken K and the technology power. Now it's all on blockchain. This is tied with Colombia. Again, there's a huge push for crypto in Latin America, a big push around getting the global unbanked into digital identity and getting them online, big pushes behind esports and other things. This is fairly recently. I think this was last year. This was all unfolding in the pandemic. It was either 2020 or 2021. So here's an image. This is from the original game, and this is Jane McGonigal, and she's talking about it. The original pilot came out in South Africa, and it had a number of different quests. And you had a graphic design novel, and then you had online interactive content. And guess what? Some of the scenarios were pandemic. Can you imagine? Oh, look, pandemic in November 6, 2020 in China. The Pearl River flu. And they were all chatting on the World Bank video about how unusual that was. Can you believe it? Pandemic, right?
Evoke was a game played in 2010, set 10 years in the future, set in the year 2020. And so we are now living in the future that was forecast in that game. And it has kind of turned out to be uncannily accurate in terms of what you were forecasting. For example, you can see here one of the pages from the graphic novel that provided the essentially the textbook for this crash course in social innovation. You can see here it's November 2020, it's in China. They're talking about the first cases of the Pearl River flu, which were detected among migrant workers. One of the major challenges that we asked people in Evoke to think about how they would help solve was a respiratory pandemic, a global outbreak of a respiratory disease that started in China. We were also at the same time talking about potential problems in misinformation and disinformation campaigns. Another challenge that we were looking at, you can see here that story was playing out in September of 2020, was historic wildfires in California. And we had a whole episode about how that would impact people's health from breathing the wildfire smoke for extended periods of time, how it impacts economic security. And so it is kind of eerie to have woken up in the real 2020 and be living through exactly these kinds of intersections of crises.
So this is the World Bank guy again. He's just talking about the iterations that it was in South Africa, then it was in Brazil, then it was in Mexico, which again, Derrick Broze in Mexico. So it's part of, Guadalajara was part of this. That theme was about food security, ironically. And then you've got South Africa again, looking at out of school youth. So that's the opportunity youth. And then by 2019, they want to prototype it. They're working with Consensus. Again, the name of the game is Evoke. So this is almost 10 years later, and they want to put it now on blockchain. So it's not just watching the game. And I think by that point they had 170,000 kids play the game, but they're going to prototype it with blockchain. And the blockchain is connected to value exchange and transparency. And what the World Bank keeps talking about is results-based financing, and that a huge amount of their projects in their budgets for because they use results-based financing are about getting the data. So what they're mostly about is creating cheap, scalable ways to get impact data to justify their results-based financing. And that's why it all has to be gamified on blockchain so they can get automatically at scale. They're awarding skills badges. They're tracking the social skills. They talk about the blockchain token rules. And in this game, like, they can make up whatever the rules, that they want, and that's part of the whole Ender's Game scenario, is the adults screw you over and change the rules and mess everything up just to keep you unstable. It's central to this is the donors. So again, this is setting up social impact investing, not from government-based accountable assistance, but that your participation comes at the behest of some outside donor. Among the donors, Telefonica donated the telephone minutes, which were the prizes, but Chemonics was another player in this. And, and maybe I should link to this as well and just include a slide for it. My conditional cash transfer program analysis about Mexico is very central. The universal basic income that is coming is going to be tied to universal digital identity and blockchain. So this is conditional. You will obey. So Chemonics is pay for success finance. It's a broad beltway contractor since the 70s doing like US quote unquote development work. Here's a report they did on blended finance. It says they have an international center for private sector engagement. Imagine that, like setting this all up. This is from the report. They talk about pay for success and development impact bonds and results-based funding. So that, again, the gamification of education and the connection with blockchain, with skills and Mindfiles and social skills, but also being connected to narrative storytelling and transmedia learning that is fully propagandized, which in this case, the propagandization is around the Sustainable Development Goals and getting the youth to buy in and execute them. So this is just to show you the trajectory. This is a woman who is a former World Bank employee. She is now in education space. She is now an entrepreneur working on no-code gaming content creation and NFTs. So they're moving towards a future where less and less expertise is required to do the coding, to build the metaverse, and that it's going to be more and more intuitive with sort of seamless interfaces. And I think in order for the metaverse to get built, that's how it has to get built. Now, my concern in some of this is that the way they did with Duolingo, that they were doing back-end translations as people played the language learning games, the tutorial games, that they were like double dipping and getting value creation out of the work that the people were doing using the apps, that they may start to create video game designs in which people's participation in them creates the metaverse, like this no-code gaming. Is there some way that they could build that into a video game so as you play the game, you're actually building out the metaverse? And to me, that would be the logic of how you would do it, right? You would create gaming scenarios that would then self-perpetuate and build in as simple a way as possible at scale, and then also make money in human capital finance to do it.
Yeah, the first time I built a website, you had, back then you had to actually know a little bit of HTML. And so, I'd be looking up, what's the code to do this or what's the code to do that. But now they have these plug and play things where whether it's on WordPress or Wix or whatever, it's just like you just grab the block. You don't need to know any code at all in order to build your website. You're like, here's a block that does this. And you just throw it in there and you can add the text or whatever, add the image or whatever. So that's what it seems like no code is. It's like,
dumbing it down.
It's just, you don't really have to know anything it's like building, they give you the building blocks and then, you can
see at the bottom, anyway, they have a bunch of social impact stuff, like the games are social impact related. Like they're doing, under our nonprofit arm, because they always have in the nonprofit arm, like the guy with the planned systems, like they were a charity, right? Like we're doing good stuff. They're doing games around reproductive health and climate change and Corona combat, COVID and financial literacy and the opioid crisis. I mean, like, don't those sound like really crazy fun games, right? But it's all about feeding it into the impact market. So anyway, this is just her with the gaming revolution for international development, because everybody knows that like people want to play World Bank video games, I guess. And here's just her expertise in the World Bank group. For 11 years, she was an education specialist. So this shows you the way in which the finance and the education, the gaming space are intermeshed. And, you know, so much for that, Kenny, of like not doing any kind of deep dive information, but I'm sorry, it's all connected. If you want to pretend that you've carved out some special little slice that is protected and safe for children, you can, but it's operating in this context. Keep it going.
Well, I'll also say too, I sent the video to, you know, responding to Kenny's questions or whatever. And then he says, I'm not watching that. I'm like, okay.
Well, and I think actually Derrick commented that he did watch it, like watch the presentation. So like there's a huge amount of content in that. Like most of that video was broader content. Now, if you're actually acting from a morally responsible place and you actually care about humanity, you would take this information and you would start to incorporate it into your analysis. Like that's what I'm asking people to do, is say, like, I've done a ton of like gathering of resources and integrating it into a narrative framework, a structure of what I think is happening. We need to figure this out. And then people independently have to take responsibility for that. But, you know, anyway, moving on. So Arizona State was part of this project too. Surprise, surprise, Michael Crow in QTEL. They had, you know, again, it talks about the pilot being launched in 2010 and Jane McGonigal being part of it, and that ASU had something called Project Hieroglyph, and they were hiring science fiction writers to create this fictional universe. And they talk about storytelling being an incredibly powerful tool. And yeah, it is. It's totally about propaganda, right? And it's militarized propaganda, and we have to understand it as such. And now it's militarized propaganda with Hollywood, with like cutting edge Hollywood and deep fakes and then synthetic people and, you know, cognitive learning reinforcement feedback loops that put you into cybernetics and potentially have a digital twin out there somewhere running you, you know, hopefully not yet, but like, we don't even know. And that's our reality, is that's what we're moving into. And Arizona State is a militarized university. So I'm going to talk just a bit about transmedia learning. So Elaine Rayborn, she scared me for a long time since the education stuff. She works for Sandia National Labs. She's a transmedia learning specialist. She does time at the Advanced Distributed Learning Office in Orlando, the military simulation. And I just have her Google Scholar thing, but she works in the military simulation thing. And she talks about serious games and behavior manipulation and like how that all works. And of course, you know, cultural signposts and community-based virtual environments. And these are all the things that are being baked into serious gaming and, you know, content creation and content consumption and networks of community interaction around all of it. And it's all feeding into the digital twin world. This is just from her, one of her slide shares. I would recommend people like definitely look her up. She has a number of videos. I mean, you can see a similarity between Evoke and this interface. And what she talks about transmedia learning is that you have material across different platforms. You might have video, you might have graphic design, you might have screen-based content, you know, geospatial, you may have primary materials, and that you create this narrative story that's woven together across platforms and you interact with it in different ways. So that's what transmedia learning is. But it looks very similar to Evoke. Now, what she says is that the goals of transmedia learning are measurable behavior change, right? And I think measurable is really key here, because we have to understand that the stuff that they're developing isn't just for the military, it's for all the human capital finance, and they want to measure it. They want to measure it with fidelity to get the impact metrics. And that the behavior change they're looking for can be physical, intellectual, or attitudinal, right? So imagine the Lego wallet with the little kids, the 6-year-old and the Fitbits, you know, like, and like, show us your, you know, oh, this week you did this many jumping jacks. How many did you do next week? And the AI is always keeping track, because increasingly the stuff that's keeping track isn't even human. We want to scale that. And so they talk about scaling training for thousands of learners. But I don't think that what Elaine Rayborn is really talking about is limited to the military. I think in the future, in this Ender's Game kind of future, is that all of the children are going to be soldiers in the cyber warfare space in the metaverse. And they're going to have to be trained, and they're all going to be militarized in some way, whether they understand it that way or not, if we don't change things. I mean, if you look at this is the stuff that came out of the Naval Research Center, PEARLS, this personal assistant for learning, and it's transmedia learning, and it's a device. It's a device space. They talk about like plug and play experiences. It has information on your goals, content, people, and can be personalized. And I think you have to look at that and see that this is like the adult version of the Lego Skillsville game, right? Constructivist situated learning theory, right? And it's interesting because constructivism was the center for Seymour Papert, who was the constructivist who did AI training at MIT Media Lab. He was one of the founders at MIT Media Lab. And he collaborated with Lego. In fact, Lego endowed his chair at the MIT Media Lab. And he was a constructivist. He was in both education, like knowing how people learn, and in AI, because his goal was to train the AI. But to do that, you learn from children. So the children were teaching him how to teach the AI. And then now you've got a device that's learning you. It's like an inverted mirror. Self-regulated learning, right? Like it's the little boy on the hill. Watch videos. Now this is all about cybersecurity. Read blogs. Practice. Upload your progress to unlock new information. This is the leveling up. Play a serious game. Follow people on social media, share ideas or comments, and all of that is tracked and calculated into your score. And so again, I think you need to look at what they're doing with kids and what they're doing with the military, but it's not so different. And this is framed within cybersecurity.
I think about like, these what do you call them? Farms, like Israel has them, where a whole bunch of people are online, pushing the narrative, the official narrative, and the idea of incentivizing that through tokens or whatever. Of actually, you know what I mean? Like having a whole bunch, having an army of people, being able to have an army of people like make comments on certain things that go against the narrative or whatever. I mean, that's just terrifying.
I mean, and increasingly, like you could have a DAO like that's an AI that's directing things that's not human. And so that's part of the conversation about decentralization, that I feel like that's the false premise, is that they want you to think that decentralization is about you and having independence and freedom, whereas I actually think that it is a decentralized system of domination, and it becomes resilient in that way. And that if you don't have a centralized place, I mean, and I can't remember if I said this already, but like in the Ender's Game, part of it was that they were able to destroy the first time the civilization because it was a hive-based civilization, and they destroyed the queen. Like they found the representation of the queen and killed it, and then they all died. And that was a centralized target that you could use to take it all out. But if you create a blockchain system of domination that is decentralized, is resilient, like no matter what forces you put up against it, it's like a neural circuit. It will just find another way around. So, okay, we're getting there. Oh, conclusion, look, yay. There's just a few slides of this.
Get out.
Look, it's only 5 hours. I told you 5 hours.
Yeah, we're at 5 hours right now. Holy cow.
Okay, conclusion. Okay, so I talked about this a lot. It's a weaponized narrative. That's the battle space. This is from Arizona State Center for the Future of War, funded by Google, funded by Eric Schmidt. We're in a weaponized narrative. Like, I feel like the past month, like I've been navigating a weaponized narrative. Only I would say for the most part, the people who were pushing back against me were not actually addressing the issue that I wanted to address, which is, it is what it is. But I think part of it is being clear on your purpose. And my purpose isn't to get followers. My purpose isn't to make money. My purpose isn't to lead a movement. My purpose is to say, this is the truth of what I'm seeing, my lived experience, and how it relates through my foresight and strategic analysis into something that it matters. And it matters because ultimately what happens to us is less consequential than what happens to future generations, and they can't consent. Like they can't consent at all. And so that we need to do that. So we're navigating a weaponized narrative, not only against people who are doing a mainstream narrative, but even within the resistance space. I think I have shown, like through a number of those presenters today, that there are subgroups even within the resistance as part of a weaponized narrative. This is from the serious games section, and it mentions Zyda there. And it says, let's see. Okay, the definition of serious games: any meaningful use of a computerized game or game industry resources whose chief mission is not entertainment. Okay, a mental contest played with a computer in accordance with specific rules that uses entertainment to further government or corporate training, education, health, public policy, and strategic communication. right? So I think we have to understand that we are in a serious game right now. Like all of this is the metaverse, all of this is extended reality, all of this is weaponized narrative, all of this is a serious game in which the central issue is strategic communication and how we're able to communicate. Within the space of these micro-learning, badging, mastery, transcript, everything, it's gamified and it's stealth. It's a lot of what is happening is stuff that we don't fully comprehend and we don't know what the rules are. And again, I would just go back to the Ender's Game thing, is like, that was the worst part, is at the end, even though the outcome, the objective was accomplished, the person who accomplished it was proceeding on incomplete information. Like he literally decimated an entire civilization and thought it was a game. And so the idea of stealth and there being a game that we're not in control of and that we don't manage the rules and that we don't have all the information, I think this is something like when I saw this is from like the MacArthur Foundation, and I was thinking that it just had to do with children and public education, and it isn't. It's so much bigger. This is a second clip from this People Analytics conference at Wharton. And this gentleman, he is a specialist in game theory, and he was funded to have a it was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, an app to target opportunity youth to give them this career pathway. His app was called NAC, into match people with their skills. And it was all based on neuroscience and psychometrics.
And you've taken this analytics piece and now extended it into sort of the gameplay piece. So what kind of things can you actually learn from how people play games?
Well, it turns out that we can learn incredibly amount of insights about people. So from their creativity to their emotional intelligence and empathy, to their leadership skills, to their grit, resilience, to how they learn, to how they think and interact with things. So it's just such a rich mechanism, such a rich machine to immerse a person in a really great environment, to modulate that environment, to measure different things, but not just kind of to throw everything into the kitchen sink, but to be very thoughtful about what we measure, how we then analyze the data, and how we then progress the experience in a very adaptive way to learn more about people. So, and to actually feed it back to them so that it's actually empowering to them.
So this is just his background. He grew up in Israel. He was in the Navy. Again, a lot of this is tied to naval stuff. Interesting. I don't know if it has tied to maritime, whatever. But he was doing law, economics, and game theory, right? And he didn't get into a hedge fund. So guess what? Like he decided to develop a mobile gaming thing to uncover people's hidden talent. And I think that's the thing that is so frustrating, is within the hidden talent, that people think that having more badges will give you more opportunities, but it's just about having a more granular sense of screening. It's not about more opportunities. In fact, like when I was in the education space, they said, oh, we're going to pay for all of the kids to have access to the PSAT, because guess what? Like you could earn a scholarship, right? Including, these are kids, the majority of whom have did not even meet basic literacy standards. And it was really about data aggregation on these kids. And it didn't give them any more scholarships. Like it wasn't as though we've expanded the pool and we're making more scholarships because we want people to have more. It was always that we're just increasing the competition. And that is what the badges, like micro-credentials, are about: more sorting. This is a slideshow about his game, that it uses algorithms to analyze micro-behavioral data streams and compute their behavioral attribute fingerprints and predict future behavior. Now, this is a guy who is a vice commander in the Israeli Navy, working at Harvard with the Rockefeller Foundation, right? But they're going to connect opportunity youth to their best selves, so that in the metaverse, right? So when people say, what could possibly be wrong with video gaming? I'm saying there could be some things. There could be some things. Like, who knows what your oh my gosh, after 6 hours, what are my micro behavioral data streams, Jason? I can't even imagine. So, all right, we're getting there. This guy is connected through USAID. It's global. Like, they really just want to help kids in the global South, just like Derrick. They just really want to help. But nobody asked them to come in and help, but they just really like to help because that's what they do. So what is your knack? to measure your job potential. And as I keep saying, Charles Hoskinson, we've tracked you since preschool, your micro-behavioral fingerprints, and we know if you're worthy of having a job. So this is sort of the end. Like, I'm just bringing it back to the little boy because this is why I'm doing this, like literally in the Lego Learning Locker. So, this is a quote from Derrick's. I can't remember if this is from his essay. My accusers are anti-blockchain, anti-crypto, and apparently anti-video gaming. They are the neo-luddites of the truth movement. So, and I would hope after 5 hours you understand why I am anti-blockchain, I am anti-crypto, and I am anti-video gaming, and have my reasons. And the one caveat I would say is I'm not part of anybody's movement, so I'm just here to try to share my reconnaissance, and hopefully humanity will be the better for it, at least a little bit.
Yeah, so I brought this up because this is how I'm feeling right now. I'm like,
I know. Do you need some antidepressants, Jason?
Where's the drugs?
I could repurpose some drugs for you.
I need some SSRIs.
Oh, I said 5 hours. I was pretty close. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a lot, and I think that's the thing is that, most people won't pay attention. Most people won't make the time for it. Most people already have the story in their head of what their story is, and their story is blockchain is liberation and games are fun, and I'm doing only the good things, and we like celebrities and whatever. I mean, that's but all I can do is do what I feel called to do. And what I feel called to do is like, I know all of these things because of my journey in the education space. And then when I see it actually literally all fitting together, the project-based learning, the alternative assessments, the gamification, the human capital finance, and the digital identity, it's just, it needs to be said. Somebody needs to document it.
There is going to be resistance specifically to this once people realize what it is. It's just unfortunate because if people were to figure it out right now rather than later, it'll be a lot easier to resist. But once all these things are put into place and people's livelihoods and people's living arrangements and movement and everything else is going to be tied to this, it's going to be a lot more difficult for people to challenge it. So that's we do what we can and try to put it out there, and
And I would just say, like, again, we're all human. Like, the people that I reached out to, like, by email to say, like, this position about digital child labor, like, it matters. It does matter. And I'm not trying to point a finger saying, like, any one person is doing it wrong. It's systemic. So we're all entrapped in it. But, like, I hope some of the people, who were that I reached out to, like, think about it, because maybe I'll email them back again. Like, I don't think that they're bad people. I think they don't know. And I think we're so invested in being right and being good that people don't want to imagine the unimaginable, which is what we're asking them to do.
Well, I think that's kind of a human nature, is like, especially when things get kind of heated or whatever, like, people want to dig in rather than like admit that they were wrong or whatever. And I know I've done that. I've been in the middle of an argument, and then like partway through I was like, you know what, I think I'm wrong on this. But you don't want to be like, oh yeah, I was, it becomes about saving face more than it is about the truth. And yeah, I'm just hoping that people watch this and actually forget about Allison, forget about me, forget about Derrick. I mean, just look at the content and think about it and think about whether or not that's something that you support or not, because it really isn't about us. It's about this future that they're pushing us into that's kind of terrifying.
Well, thank you for spending your day with me, Jason.
Yep, no worries.